Hi there, Jeannie. How are you tonight? Hello, Mayor. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am.
Doing your job.
Hey, Ben. I read.
Good evening. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
My badge.
They're bringing their army again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, no, I just have to get the screen.
Yeah, it's fine, yeah.
I figured I was messing with it.
Yeah, and
Well, so
also I muted the.
No, that's fine. You can leave it muted. Yeah. I'll unmute it once you start.
Thank you.
Hey, Becky.
Busy,
Okay.
yeah. So usually is.
Yep.
Okay, okay.
One vote. I will let you know that this week they currently.
Okay, so the renewal?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Mike?
Yep. I'll let you.
Yep,
I just like to give you a heads up.
Okay, I appreciate
that.
Thank you.
I did not, but I saw your email, so I'll have to watch it.
I'm gonna be a regular. I passed the test. I gotta tell you, it's good.
There's a test tonight.
No, something else.
I was gonna say, what do you got?
This is just that updated
That's
appointee for
I
Smart City.
had that on my agenda to ask about.
And then you
so-
want another, or this?
No,
is-
this is.
Okay.
Hey Hannah, how are you?
Okay.
What was that superstar?
Consent item, that's gonna
That's,
be,
okay, thank you, okay, thank you.
And everybody to you. Do you have your microphone keys?
It's a very important committee.
Okay, so that, you got enough votes?
If you don't have it, we can just bring the
What up?
go snack. That's
No,
fine
no,
too.
Five.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm positive.
That's fine, I'll just
Okay, so
bring you
what,
your
this is
snack.
part of the
What is
consent?
that?
It's on consent.
That's.
But I was gonna email it to you, but I
this
didn't have
part
my votes to
with
email.
you, but-
I would have remembered if I'd taken that.
Yeah, I don't think you would have taken it. I think it just, got lost somewhere.
That's just showing you who,
Okay,
the
good.
appointee for
Thank you.
Smart City Steering Committee, that's on consent.
I'll read it on my laptop.
And
it's very small.
What is that? What is that?
It's
The one that you used to use.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'll bring it to you.
Just go home and I'll take mine off.
Hey there.
We need you.
You should be like a designated survivor.
So many little bits today.
Wow. You go straight into that little thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. I did shows, so, I did 2 shows in one day, so I was on at 10, the game before, like I should form. So I'm an analyst, I'm the once a month, they do it.
Oh, that's good.
Hi, how are you?
Is it on every Friday night?
No, I guess they rotate.
Am I supposed to unmute it to hear this?
Where is it?
It's at WUNC. It's on UNC. I tell you what, it's,
It's gonna be a long meeting. Not make it long, I promise.
all it takes is
Even if we all promise, I think it's gonna.
No, there's just a lot.
Right up your alley.
conversation style. Because, you don't really inform. So this was a they asked me about cybersecurity technology, about TikTok. So it's right around the house. He was driving. He called me. He goes,
Created a monster.
my mom was reading. It's so cute. I think these patients are getting a little desperate. Must not be a really deep bench. She was like,
Leave it to mom, to bring you
What?
back to earth.
What?
Leave it to mom Humble you.
And then we were watching it, and Conan said, she's usually really hard on me when she sees this stuff. She's like, oh, you didn't smile enough.
Yeah.
What the hell were you wearing?
Yeah.
And it was just rolling off the tongue. I mean, I was just coming up.
You
Some
were
of the
rolling.
stuff, some of the stuff I wasn't even prepared in. Home back in South Carolina. He's in state.
Yeah. He'll get it, I'll bet.
I know. This bothers me. Connor gets so upset.
Yeah.
Trying to be positive about it. It's just not the way you want to see it in every but
Yeah.
should have applied for Davidson. You really should.
Uh-huh.
Talk.
Why do you have two?
Hello, sir. Good to see you again.
They seem like a whole platoon of you can have your people like 15 on you.
So when he's gonna pull it up, I'm just trying to tell him real quick how to see. So when he gets to your part, he will pull it up. His presentation, when is his time?
It'll be on this screen, but when you come up with your presentation, I will.
And then you're gonna listen to it.
Yeah, or you can use
That's all you have to do. And so.
Eric, do I have to do anything with this?
No, that's
Super.
No. Same thing with Charlie.
Hey, Mark, how are you doing?
So,
Oh, Martha, you look cute.
Well, we got 2 more weeks. So.
miss your sister. Oh, she was so nice. She always had a kind word, and she'd always ask you about your day. Which, you know, everybody over there is nice. It's not that, but she actually gave a damn. Like, she wasn't just like, "How's your day, man?"
That's her. That's her.
Yeah.
Her. We have to go down to 64 now, and I will tell you, some people go down to 64.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, you know, maybe not just for her, but they go because it's bigger. They sit there and work. And,
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I mean, you know, the whole thing about working at Starbucks, it's a
The whole army.
welcoming and accommodating vendors. Yeah. You know?
The amount of people they got here, they could have conducted a damn fence. Each
At
one
least there's more people here from
each
Duke.
one would be building.
2 days.
At least there's more people here from Duke Energy than remember when
When the more of the council.
remember
Oh,
the,
well.
back in the day when it kept
Guess I could do that now. Hope you didn't want anything.
those were, I sort of miss those days. The drama, Jerry Wendell. Every night was exciting to like 11. It was like packed.
He was a good speaker.
He was a good speaker. I remember how we would banter back and forth. Him and me.
I still remember, how did he leave? I quit. I mean,
He was
was
just
sitting on the second one, I know that.
he just resigned. I mean, it was like shocking.
And he's on what topic? I didn't know that.
God, I mean, what did
I think after Bob Butler, it was the same day or the same meeting or the next meeting?
same meeting? And that was before the meeting. God, and when Bob Butler came in, holy dude, I missed those days. It was like pins and needles of drama. And then
Hey, Liz. Jerry Wendell. On the same day or was it
remember him.
That's what I was thinking, like, you know, when someone, I think actually after when they gave all the documents. Lawsuit.
But yeah. It was after that. You're right. She had shared all that because I remember reading it. I remember reading it and going, oh, geez. I think it was, yeah. I can't remember the meeting that
Okay.
the meeting before, they were Bob Butler came in.
Yeah,
Finally,
next
You doing, Marty?
next meeting.
How's it
was the
going?
next one? Yeah.
That's just like, the amount of people came here from the president and it's like $400 an hour.
Seriously. Yeah. Did you see how did that?
I'll come.
Principal. It's
Which principal was?
biotechnology and the one out of yeah.
Yes, you'll see the down key and down arrow key, and that advances your slide to the next.
Martha, you got a tile now?
I do?
After 2 hours, I'll get it.
I don't know, I'm eating mine now.
I miss those days. Man. Just actually, and he and I used to debate, so we would engage in debate in the room because we're both good debaters.
Come on, bullshit. Like, he used to rape you, right? You know, like when 1 o'clock in the morning, because
The long emails, I know.
Facebook message and this and that. Like, inside the
Then
scene.
it didn't end well for him. You know what happened to his son, right?
He got some sexual assault.
Oh, we get toys.
Yeah, that's for the room.
Is this on? Oh gosh, how do I turn it off?
Doing good. Missed you at the Morrisville Carpenter thing, but he must have been working.
Yeah, lately I just have
Calls. Yeah, it's a bad time, right?
yeah,
Yeah, it's just,
getting to be exhausting.
yeah. That's a hard time, 11 o'clock. It's right in the middle of the day. And just, even if they'd done it at like 11 or, at 12 or,
I had more luck getting away on Friday.
yeah.
Donna, yours is all East Coast time, or
What?
what time do you guys work? East Coast?
Yeah. Well, we do have a lot of people in Milwaukee and Mayfield or Cincinnati. There's a large contingent in Milwaukee that are on Central Time. But we got people all over.
Yeah, not like international. It's
Well, we are doing a we're building but they're
Yes, sorry, my dear. All right, here we go. Going to be in the closed session as well as the public thing. Just brief.
I didn't get a chance, but that's
Cleansing things, everybody together. Artist. What am I trying to do? Okay. Television control. What'd you say? Oh, green. Ideally, you want it to be green. You're welcome. Just take a deep breath. That's what we should do. People scare me. I need to.
Good for him.
We're still using on the older mic.
They couldn't find mine.
Good evening. I call this February 28th meeting of the Morrisville Town Council to order. Thank you to those watching via live stream and those who are watching a recording of this meeting. On March 3rd, a video of this meeting will be uploaded to www.townofmorrisville.org/government/live-video. Sergeant Strickland has 14 years of law enforcement experience, 12 years with the town of Morrisville. She has served on the crisis intervention team and has received Officer of the Year recognition several times. We appreciate her being here with us tonight as our Sergeant at Arms. Thank you very much. It is my pleasure this evening to provide tonight's invocation, and I do this with an eye towards St. Patrick's Day next month. May the road rise up to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face. The rains fall soft upon your fields, and until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand. All who are able, please stand and join in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we adopt tonight's agenda, Town Council policy is to review and ensure there are no conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with any items on the agenda. Does any council member have anything they wish to share? Okay, then I would entertain a motion to adopt this evening's agenda.
I move that we adopt this evening's.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 7-0. There are 7 items on this evening's consent agenda. A resolution appointing advisory committee members, a resolution authorizing the police chief to award a service sidearm, Church Street Park Southern Lot Navigation Easement Agreement approval, say that 3 times fast, a resolution approving advisory committee chair and vice chair appointments, and approval of the 3 sets of January town council meeting minutes. Does anyone want to pull any of those items for discussion? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion and a second to adopt this evening's consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously 7-0. We are now at administrative reports. There is one administrative report tonight, small business outreach survey results. Administrative reports are provided as information-only items unless council has questions. Staff plans to bring a comprehensive update about the small business program to town council once the grant program development, which is underway, is complete. Are there any questions on this item? Okay. Seeing none, we are at presentations. There are 3 presentations on this evening's agenda: proclamations recognizing Read Across America Day and Developmental Disability Awareness Month, and a Morrisville Smart Shuttle first year of operation review. I will make the first presentation. And one of my favorite poems is Desiderata, and part of that is surrender gracefully the things of youth, and one of which is my good eyesight. So I need these to read this proclamation. This proclamation recognizes March 2nd, 2023 as Read Across America Day. Whereas the town of Morrisville has countless families who value reading and continuing education, and whereas March 2nd, 2023 is the birthday of Theodore Geisel, aka Dr. Seuss, and is recognized as National Read Across America Day. And whereas the Morrisville Town Council would like to encourage everyone to read as much as possible and would like to share the following poem. In honor of National Reading Day, old Mr. Morris asked, "What do we need to make a good living, to thrive, to succeed? Here in our new town with bits and e-bites, crisscrossed by trains and overhead flights, We need lots of data and fiber to send it, and light-driven optics in order to bend it into our homes and onto our screens. And when it arrives, to learn what it means. We read it, my friends, for our comprehension, unlocking new worlds too wondrous to mention. So pick up a book or a tablet or phone, transport your whole family to a magical zone where words convey vision, sharp tastes, and bright sounds, and new thoughts and creative ideas all abound. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville, along with the Morrisville Public Education Advisory Committee, do hereby proclaim March 2nd, 2023 as Read Across America Day in the town of Morrisville, North Carolina, and thank those who participate in this event. And we have a special guest, a number of them actually this evening. I'd like to ask Leroy Salazar from Wake Early College of Information and Biotechnologies to come up front. He is their Teacher of the Year this past year. He is also a semifinalist in the Wake County Teacher of the Year Awards. So we wish him luck. And we're so proud to have a high school and a potential Teacher of the Year right here in Morrisville. Would you like to say a few words?
I would just like to say thank you to my team. We have a phenomenal school. If you have not checked us out, check us out. We are in the Waytech campus. We have a phenomenal program going on. We are a project-based learning school, and we have an amazing faculty. We have great supporters like yourself. Thank you for your support, and please continue supporting education.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Have a good day. I'd like to recognize Mayor Pro Tem Johnson to read the next presentation.
So this proclamation is recognizing Developmental Disability Awareness Month in March. Whereas a developmental disability is a diverse group of chronic conditions that are due to mental or physical impairments that arise before adulthood, and whereas the condition is likely to continue indefinitely and limits the individual to 3 or more of the following areas: self-care, receptive and expressive language, learning, mobility, self-direction, capacity for independent living, and economic self-sufficiency. And whereas the condition creates the individual's need for a combination of special interdisciplinary services, individualized person-centered supports, and other forms of long-term assistance that are individually planned and coordinated. The disability experience is a natural part of life and is valued as a part of our rich diversity. And whereas disability is a social construct, the problem, in quotes, is not the medical condition that resides within the individual, but the problem, again in quotes, is that society does not create welcoming, supporting, and inclusive environments, policies, and/or systems for all to promote equality and acceptance in all areas of life, including schools, places of employment, and in our communities. And whereas the most effective way to increase awareness is through everyone's openness to learn and acknowledge that there are systematic barriers that reduce the likelihood of those with disabilities enjoying equitable experiences and living independent, productive lives within their communities. And whereas policies must be developed, attitudes shaped, and equitable experience be offered to all individuals, including those with developmental disabilities. And whereas people should do all in their power to recognize the value of the disability experience in our lives and the valued role it has in our rich diversity. Recognize the barriers presented to those with disabilities across all aspects of their lives. Create ways for those with developmental disabilities to be fully included in all aspects of life. Understand the losses, financial, spiritual, human rights, contributions to the community, and otherwise. When our communities segregate and create barriers for those with disabilities, and demand that policymakers no longer invest in segregation and create inclusive, equitable policies and systems for all. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Morrisville does hereby proclaim March 2023 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month and galvanizes efforts that will lead our community and policymakers to create real system changes so people with developmental disabilities will enjoy equitable, inclusive lives.
Thank you very much. At this time, Caleb Allred, Planner 2, Transportation, will facilitate the final presentation.
Morrisville Smart Shuttle year in review. This is a pretty long presentation, so I just wanted to start with overall ridership trends, talking about metrics, targets, and performance. We'll take a look at customer service through the first year. Then we'll start looking ahead. What are we going to do? Budget for the Smart Shuttle. And then wrap up with kind of what the future looks like. So staff have been looking into performance metrics. As we all know, this service is a unique service. And trying to find other services for all of the individual target about or the individual targets. So we have 4 categories: ridership, service reliability, cost efficiency, and also just some other data that we can collect. For ridership, average rides per hour, and share rides percentage. Again, the shared rides on the shuttle. What's the likelihood of cars off the road, right? Not swapping a personal vehicle for shuttle. Service reliability, we're looking at on-time performance. That's that gives you an ETA for your arrival. That is the response given if the shuttle is unable to cost efficiency is the cost of reporting, and so that is hours, the hours that we pay for, and compared to how much we pay for that. Some other data that we're monitoring for average walk distance. App does collect for us. Out of service hour request, that would be anytime operation. Number of unique riders, and those unique riders are not necessarily you're a first time rider. Overall ridership trends for the first year of service. A lot of that can be attributed to COVID and folks staying at home and service closures. So the trend line from there is increased ridership during the months of March through September. We kind of started to stabilize. Unique riders again goes into we found a similar trend, right? January. Average, breaking that down for average although That also correlates to a dip in the, that is likely due to having that's statistic. So looking at the weekend service for average ridership, we see a similar curve where ridership is high in the middle of the day on Saturdays and on Sundays. However, I'll call your attention to the 1 o'clock hour for both days. Those are when we have shift changes for our riders, for our drivers. So we'll have the first shift swapping for the second shift, and so that does take a little bit of time for them to swap those drivers. And so there are we have noticed dips in how many folks they can pick up during that hour because they are having that shift. So looking at the data for day, our average ridership per hour. Unsurprisingly, we have consistent ridership Monday through Friday, but we do have that Saturday and Sunday peak that we've been noticing since launch. And this also correlates to our survey data that we conducted back in January of last year, where folks are taking the shuttle for not necessarily to get to work, but to do more leisure activities, right? And so Saturday and Sunday are when a lot of folks are out going out on the town. So that kind of correlates to our seat unavailable as well. We have stability through the week with seat unavailables, and then we have the spikes on Saturday and Sunday as a result of having the single shuttle and having much higher demand for the shuttle. That shared ride percentage is also similar trend, right? We are between 32 and 38% during the week. That statistic will dip when we have a second shuttle in service because we're splitting the ridership between two shuttles, right? So you're less likely to have a and then on the weekend, for the same reason, we have one shuttle with higher demand. So there's more opportunity to have and finally, we have our difference between pickup ETA and actual pickup time. And this is in minutes. And this can be deviated before if the shuttle shows up before the ETA or after. Most likely to occur after, but it does happen. And of course, we see the similar trend where Saturday and Sunday. Looking at the quarterly data, it's very similar to the monthly data. We do see an upward trend in the first 2 quarters of service, and then the last 3 quarters, we have that stabilizing at 2.8, 2.9 riders per hour. That shared ride percentage has a similar shift where we for Q1 and Q2, we have higher shared ride percentages in the first 2 quarters. We're really getting that uptick from the, I would say, the winter during that time period. Difference between pickup ETA and actual pickup time, kind of the same trend, where because we have higher ridership throughout the spring and summer, those wait times are higher, and that deviation between pickup ETA and actual pickup time, that's a higher deviation as well. So the seat unavailable is an interesting one. So that does spike in Q4, similar to our uptake in ridership. However, staff were able to tweak some things in the algorithm, make some adjustments with our technology, and that could be attributed to kind of a downward trend for that as well, for the seat unavailable that our riders are receiving. So cost per boarding, of course, follows the ridership per hour. That we have higher costs and we have lower ridership. And so for the first 2 quarters, it's higher, and then it drops in comparison, comparatively to the ridership increases throughout the spring and summer. So expanding my node, this is an interesting one. It speaks also to the leisure activities, maybe something folks are doing, right? Park West Village, with Morrisville Park Member being in Grace Park and the shops at Grace Park, and then Crimin Corners as another shopping center, all being our highest ridership nodes, which are obviously at shopping centers and parks for folks to shop at. We also have high ridership in our neighborhood, in our residential areas where folks are hopping on the shuttle. And in comparison, our perimeter park nodes that are in the business, I'd say the office parks, Staff received feedback from community members. Depicting we in that amount of time had over 3,600 total responses, 94% which are 5 stars. Feels that is a strong indication that folks do enjoy running this. In addition to that, we have email feedback from folks through the Smart Shuttle email and feedback that are given at events. So everybody can hear me a little better now. So some of those themes of those comments, wait time is of concern, right? That the average wait time might be low. We do have variability throughout the spectrum, and so have heard a lot of feedback of those wait times. A lot of feedback about the seat unavailable request, particularly on the weekends, when they're very high. So we have received a lot of feedback on those as well. Requests for new nodes. So of course we encourage that feedback as well, all feedback, but we want to know where folks want to go. And so the new node requests are very helpful. And then we did get a lot of folks that are asking to have specific times in which the shuttle goes to nodes to pick folks up and take them to specific locations without being booked. It just shows up. And so to reiterate that is a kind of a difference in the service's design. It's designed to be that rides are only booked. The shuttle doesn't show up, similar to how a fixed route operates. That would be, that is a change in the service. So Smart Shuttle promotion, I mentioned before that we have been attending, or staff has been attending events. So the Smart Shuttle team attended Spring Fest, Bike Rodeo, Farmers Market, Senior Day, Trick or Treat the Trail in 2021, and other events that our partners at Go Triangle and Wake Transit have been gracious enough to market on our behalf, which is exciting. Also, this service is unique. It is something that I can say the town of Morrisville is the kind of the pilot for. And so we have been, staff has been asked to speak at several conferences on behalf of the town, just explaining how our service operates and kind of our the things we've learned along the way, which has been very exciting. So within the first year, some changes to the program, upgrading driver tablets from Android to iPads. It improves the security of those tablets. So you may remember that the terminal locations are the places that the shuttle waits when they're waiting to pick up folks, when rides have not been booked, but it's waiting for rides to be booked. So we, with conflicts at Church Street Park and a lot of events going on, we did move locations for that terminal to McCrimmon Corners. And of course, a node was added at Morrisville Aquatics and Fitness Center, MAFC, which is a picture on the right here of that node in June. And then staff are working toward putting a shelter at one of our most popular nodes, which is the Morrisville Carpenter Road node, allowing folks to be out of the elements and to, while they're waiting for their ride. And that will be done by June 30th of this year. So looking ahead in 2023, staff are continuing, obviously, to evaluate, constantly evaluate new node locations, additional amenities at nodes, and then also working with our IT department to integrate the Smart Shuttle app into the new town mobility app, or the town app. So just kind of background, kind of where we are today. The public transit study had all of these great locations on the map here of new nodes. Everything highlighted in red were places that we put a node to launch the service. And of course, the MAFC node was selected by our community members giving us feedback, but that was not on the public transit study. So that is our additional node that's been put out there. Future areas of interest, these areas of interest on the map here, got a lot of community feedback on those areas and are looking for partnerships with our partners to add nodes somewhere along those locations. And So it's still a large bubble that hasn't been decided yet, but we're still looking to add something in those locations there. Looking at the budget, so this chart here is just the operating expenses for the budget. Everything past 2020 FY23 is anticipated budget. So maybe familiar with the rising inflation or the bus driver shortages. So Go Carry is working to shore up those drivers. And so we will anticipate continuing increase of costs every year to keep up with the average pay for those drivers. In addition to gas prices and things like that too. So those are evaluated every year, hence the changes of the cost every year. And of course, the town pays half of that, and the other is covered through CFA funding through Wake Transit. This does not cover capital expenses to upgrade or improve nodes. That is set to expire September 30th without a strong plan to spend that money, right? That's where those areas of interest of Smart Shell areas, staff are continuing to look through that to make sure that we have ideas of how we would like to see. So some key takeaways. Most rides are not shared, which means, again, that it's a swap, one for one. Someone's swapping their personal car for a Smart Shuttle. So it's not really taking cars off the road, it's just changing the mode in which you're riding. However, with each passing day, each passing month, that shared ridership continues to increase because we are still seeing increase in ridership. And with increased ridership does come increased ride opportunities. Something interesting we learned, similar to the survey results, is that the service does not have traditional peak hours of 7 to 9 a.m. and 4 to 6, times when folks are getting off work and going home. The service's peak hours are 2 to 5, which is interesting because it seems that that's when folks are going to do those leisure activities, doing things of that sort. Additionally, to that point, people aren't really going to the business park as much. That's not necessarily, or the office park. That's not necessarily something that the service is seeing a lot of. Again, similar to that, service is used more on the weekends. That's leading to a lot of those seat unavailable messages is that high ridership on the weekends. A lot of that can be attributed again to going to events, going out to do less time sensitive activities. So the shuttle did see a heavy spike in the summer. It did not dip off too much in the fall, but it's pretty stable. Has not dipped nearly as much as last winter. So it'll be interesting to review the data from this summer as well. Again, this is a unique service, so we can't really compare to others. We can compare to ourselves. So that's something that we're looking forward to is tracking those trends in the summer as well. So the staff recommendation on kind of next steps, we're going to continue to collect data on the service and compare it year to year to see what our trends are. And again, it's a unique service, so we get to compare last year's data. So what's next? What's the kind of next steps? So community funding area has set goals to improve transit in our areas. Again, town staff will monitor and evaluate the future of the service, create performance metrics to support the Smart Shuttle's success. But some food for thought for council, things to think about is what is your vision of the Smart Shuttle or the future of the Smart Shuttle in Morrisville? And how do you define success of the Smart Shuttle? Or are there any additional performance metrics that you'd like to see to monitor the Smart Shuttle's success? And with that, I'll take any questions or comments.
Okay. We can start with Councilmember Garamella, followed by Councilmember Rabati.
Thanks, Caleb. A good presentation. I want to go back when you said like ride unavailable. What does that really mean? Like, because it's a capacity of, for me, the way I look at it is, it has 15 capacity. So when you say like ride unavailable, is like 15 people booked it, or that route is not available? What does it really mean?
Sure, that's a great question. So the seat unavailable message is given to riders in several instances. Probably the most common is that the Smart Shuttle will only book you if the ETA can pick you up within 45 minutes. So if the delay is out past 45 minutes, say there's several people booked before you, then it will give you a seat unavailable message. So that message doesn't necessarily mean there are truly no seats available. It means that it cannot pick you up in the timeline that's established through the app. It also can give you the seat unavailable message if it truly does not have seats unavailable or seats available for you. However, that is more of an unlikely scenario given the size and the capacity of vehicles.
And when you say like the ridership, like the time wait is 45, don't you have some kind of a mechanism like, okay, after like this is the time available, or yeah, you go up to max of 45 that you can book?
So the service is not currently designed to book in advance. So it's all like when you're ready to book a ride, you book that ride. The algorithm is created, it gives that cutoff because if it were to continue to book out and out farther and farther, then you continue to have folks who, those delays continue to increase. And as a result, folks who are more time sensitive are less likely to be able to actually get that ride. Because the farther out your ETA, the more variability there is with that. And so that's something that was worked out initially with it's via standard practice, and something that was worked out with them initially. We have talked to them about adjusting that, and ultimately landed on 45 minutes as being the most reasonable time right now.
And how does the algorithm work? Is it first in, first out, or like is it like whoever is on the way to that next destination, they pick it up?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it's really interesting. The app will, so if you're on route, say it's going to drop someone off en route and you're on the way, I think it was 20 minutes deviation, it will, if the shuttle does not have to deviate farther than, I think it's 20 minutes from the rider on the shuttle's ETA, it will go out of its way to pick you up. Otherwise, it'll put you in the back of the queue that after it drops that rider off, it'll go pick you up.
And any recommendations how to increase the ridership? Because, I think we're paying pretty hefty price for a single ride.
Sure, and that's something that administration and staff are talking through frequently. It's something, as I mentioned, that we're trying to lower that seat unavailable all the time. It's certainly something I think we can come back with a recommendation on for council.
Thank you so much. That's it.
Councilmember Rabadi, followed by Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson.
Yeah, the slide immediately previous to this one where, one more, sorry. Happening. Okay, sorry, one more back. Okay, so when you say that most rides are not shared, which doesn't take vehicles off the road, but you said that we're swapping one for one, but I think that most rides are not shared. I don't think that necessarily it means that we're swapping one for one, because I think that a subcategory, obviously taking vehicles off the road is a laudable goal, that's what we want. But I also think that part of the purpose of the shuttle is to help our population be more mobile, people that otherwise couldn't, senior citizens that don't drive anymore, or high school kids trying to get to work, or whoever. So I think that even those rides where we don't take a vehicle off the road, we may be providing a valuable service and making someone who otherwise wouldn't be mobile more mobile. So I just wanted to mention that. Also, on slide 7, you don't have to go back to it, but I wanted to ask a follow-up question about the rides unavailable, because I remember there being something about when too many people are asking for a ride at the same time that you might get an unavailable or something like that. How does that work exactly? Like, do you have to fill up the shuttle before that happens, or what happens?
So that's when if that's where that ETA comes in. If the algorithm says it can't pick you up within 45 minutes, then it will give you the seat unavailable. So it's in order to make sure that that delay doesn't where, you know, out to an hour and a half, that delay for that rider at an hour and a half, because the shuttle could veer off and pick someone up en route, that is a much more variable time. So that 45 minutes was something that VIA runs as a standard in their app.
Yeah, no, I definitely get that, but what I'm talking about is like if I may be imagining this, but I thought that when large groups of people try to book the shuttle, that we run into some kind of problem even if they're all going to the same place. Do you remember saying that? Was that you?
So I think I do remember, like if it's a group event and everybody comes to the stop at the same time and they all book on their individual app. So that's where it's recommended that if y'all are all at the same stop at the same time, book from one app with, you know, I think you can book up to like 10 people at once. That way the algorithm doesn't say, okay, we're going to take them there and then we're going to come back and we're
Oh, I see.
the way the algorithm is organized is it will attempt to drop off the first in line first without necessarily thinking, okay, we can just pick everybody up.
Oh, okay.
Drop them all off individually on the way. So it's much more like in the moment.
Yeah. So having said that, I do want to know where are you in the process of planning for routes for the shuttle? Like, are we at a point where we have enough data to say that like we should go to the senior center at this time from Breckenridge, you know, Perimeter Park, Breckenridge, Preston, wherever, you know, and pick these people up and go to the senior center, for example, or somewhere like that. Have we given, I remember that we decided against routes in the beginning because ridership would be low and, you know, we didn't feel like we could support it. But what is the threshold for when we could start to support that?
So I suppose the threshold is determined by the viewer, right? Whoever, whatever that threshold may be. That's not something that staff has looking into. That would be more akin to a fixed route service in which the shuttle isn't booked. It just continues to go around to different places as you're describing. To Councilmember Garamella's point, you know, that's something that staff certainly can look into if it's a route, something else. But that's not currently how that system, a microtransit system is designed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, followed by Councilmember Fender, please.
Thank you. I have taken copious notes, so there's probably a few items that are unique and some are overlap with my fellow council members. First of all, I absolutely love the presentation. It has been so helpful to me, and I'm sure it's been helpful to others, about how we are behaving with the current construct for the Morrisville shuttle. The software is driving behavior, and we are driving behaviors through the software. So it's not just a goal that we want to take cars off the road. I completely agree with Councilmember Robati. We're lowering barriers to those that may not be able to drive independently, or they could be our parents, our grandparents, students, those that are not able to own a vehicle due to circumstances beyond their control. So we want to open that up and make it available. So I'm seeing this data, and I'm saddened to see that the employment centers are not being utilized as much as we had hoped. And we have a lot more shopping going on Morrisville Carpenter Road. I think the reason for this behavior is because there is no consistent way to book and rely on a ride every day. When you need to be at a workplace, you need to be there at 8 a.m. You can't say, today I have a 15-minute wait and tomorrow I have unavailability. If I don't have a car or access to that car, I can't wait to the day that I have to show up to work to find out whether or not I can work that day. I would be fired. And I am sure that we've seen a trend downward from when we first started the shuttle to those employment centers than we do today. So one of my thoughts about improving ridership, because these shuttles are underutilized, in my opinion, looking at the data that seems to confirm that. If we would have a fixed route during our peak times, those that need to have reliability would have to book that ride, and they could have reliable wait times, maybe for 2 hours in the morning and then 2 hours in the evening. Other times of the day, it would follow the same kind of on-demand app that we've designed. By approaching it in a hybrid way, I think we could increase ridership for those individuals that need to have a reliable mode of transportation while still allowing the flexibility that we want for the rest of the population. At least try to explore that to see if that's even possible. I think it's very expensive to have an on-demand service where it's just by luck that you might get to where you want in a reasonable amount of time. So that's one of my hybrid thoughts, if you will. Is there still a mask requirement on the shuttles?
That's a good question. I do not believe it is a requirement, although I would have to double check to confirm that. If you'd like me to, I can.
Yeah,
Sure.
just a health and safety question. The other is with the shift change at 1 o'clock for both shuttles, or is there one shuttle that does the shift change, or is there two shuttles at that time?
So Monday through Friday, 1 o'clock is when the second shuttle comes out. So what they do is they bring, the second shuttle comes from the maintenance facility, and then they drive out the second driver for the first shuttle and swap them. On the weekends when they don't have the second shuttle, it's just coming out and picking them up. So that's where they're, on the weekend is a little bit less time within that hour to pick folks up. It's because there's not the second shuttle.
Okay. I was going to say, I thought both were working most of the day, but it sounds like you're trying to close that gap as much as you can to improve service reliability, which is great. Okay. Should we be exploring routes is one question, and I kind of jumped ahead with the hybrid proposal, but there are only one employment center and there's a lot of leisure centers. So it's like, as you're exploring the new nodes, we also need to kind of consider if that would be part of a highly traveled area or route. I think if we explored routes, then we should explore more business areas. At this time, it doesn't justify it, but then again, can we change the software to go to a route system? What is our flexibility on this software?
So there are a lot of variables that would have to be worked out. I think if it was a true fixed route system, you probably wouldn't need software because it would just circle the block, so to speak, without
Yes.
yeah without needing to be booked. But that's something we can explore that as well, how that app fits into something like that.
Right, so I disagree respectfully that you wouldn't need software if you had a fixed route, because the data demonstrates, how would you collect the data if you don't have some sort of software? So don't give it up. It's just, it's very helpful to understand the movement of our residents and businesses and visitors. But at the same time, the software seems like it's very specific to point. It encourages individuals to book. It's not user-friendly for groups to book. So maybe exploring some better ways to educate the user community or educate ourselves of how we can make group transport, during some peak times easier.
Yeah, that's excellent. Thank you for that feedback.
That's all I have for now, but I'll be back. Thank you.
And I'll follow up about the masks.
Councilmember Fender, followed by Councilmember Rao, please.
Yeah. Thank you for this presentation.
Bless you.
The first question I have is, given the ridership on the weekends, will you be adding a second shuttle on Saturdays or Sundays?
I think that is still in discussion with staff and administration at this time.
Okay, because I know when I've tried to use it on the weekends, I get the not available quite frequently. I noticed on the slide where it had the nodes where from the study and then,
Here.
yeah, there's the node there at Research Triangle Park. Is that supposed to be like Frontier, Boxyard?
Oh, that is not. That's more like near where Shiloh Glen, like where Walmart is, and places like that.
No, I'm talking about to the west there.
Oh, where it says Research Triangle Park.
Yeah.
So that was on the public transit study. I don't remember which road that is, but that is probably closer to that area.
Yeah, I think that is, yeah. No, it's
Those are
not.
the ones we didn't.
Like, I guess it would be on Kitts
Yes,
Creek.
that would be Kitts Creek, near Cisco and Net App. Okay. Yeah, so, all right, that answers that question. So I want to pile on to the fixed route topic because a couple of different reasons. So when our smart shuttle was first announced, I was all excited because my son does not have a driver's license yet. And a lot more teenagers are waiting longer to get their driver's license. And I had hoped that he would be able to take the shuttle to his school, which is Research Triangle Charter High School, right across from Frontier and Boxyard. And so I planned it where he would be able to take the shuttle from our neighborhood to the transit center. And then from the transit, there's a bus that comes right there in front of his school that a lot of kids do use. The issue is because of the unpredictability of the app and when the shuttle would actually be able to pick him up, it just makes it impractical to try to use that in the morning to get to school. And it would be more possible, I think, in the afternoon. So that's one reason why I think the fixed routes, not necessarily to go to, well, to have the fixed route to the regional transit center, especially there, because the only reason to, maybe not the only reason, but the main reason to go there is to pick up another bus to get somewhere else. But then in addition, I think, especially further down the road, when we have the second high school opening up by Wake Tech, you're going to have Wake Tech students, the early college students, granted that's not a lot of kids, but then you're going to have the second, whatever it's going to be called, Morrisville High School there as well. And I think fixed route would be extremely beneficial at that point, so that the kids in Morrisville, especially given the driver demands in a lot of the public school buses, there's limited drivers, so there's limited routes, or they're waiting forever. And then in addition, because of this issue with the algorithm, with multiple people requesting the route at the same, or requesting the shuttle from the same location at the same time, that's what's occurring now at Wake Tech when the kids are trying to use the shuttle to go home. And I think it's impractical to assume, like, if all 10 people are standing there at the shuttle or standing at the stop, they may not know each other or even realize that this person over here is trying to request it. They could be trying to call their mom. And so by having the fixed route, it would help that issue as well. But given that issue, because it wouldn't just happen at Wake Tech and with the school route, are you guys asking the software developer to take a look at that algorithm and try to fix that? Because that seems like that's an issue.
That is something, so the wait time is something that we are having ongoing discussions with the developer about.
It's a separate thing.
You're describing the kind of quantity of people at a stop at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the software should be smart enough to say, hey, there's 3 people here wanting to get picked up.
Right,
Or 10 people, whatever it is.
So I think that's where if everybody's going to the same place, that's probably something that's easier to work out in the system. But if everybody's going to different places, that's where it might get a little challenging. But that's something we can certainly ask them about. I do, if you don't mind, want to summarize. So I understand what you were talking about. So regardless of what type of system, it sounds like you and several others are concerned with and interested in more consistent wait times, more consistent pickup times. So route consistency and system consistency is important. And then similar to Councilmember Robati's point, that folks who don't have access to a car are important folks to pay attention to when we're looking at the service and the future of the service. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah. And I remember when this project was first introduced, it was mentioned that we would start with the smart shuttle concept on demand and then look at the data and let the data drive where we might want a fixed route. So I like Council Member Scroggins Johnson's idea of having a hybrid system.
Councilmember Rao, please.
Just a couple of observations. I think with regards to the employment centers and why the ridership might be down, that could possibly be just a factor of, people not returning to work, working from home, hybrid. I've seen that. I don't know what the data is on that. But I think more and more people are working from home. So that would be one thing I would try to research, whether we can do that through surveys, maybe when we connected with the app. That's a question that we could ask to get a little bit more real-time visibility in that issue. One question I had was, as it relates to adding nodes, there have been some residents on that Church Street corridor, like the neighborhood Hamlet in the Park and Shiloh Grove, that have said that they'd like to have access or maybe a node added. But what is the criteria? Well, first of all, the process. They can reach out to, like you said, say they'd like you all to consider that as a node. But my concern is the criteria, because if ridership's already down, adding another node, would it be getting a forecast of how many people in that community would use this service? What are the criteria?
So it's kind of hard to forecast that. However, we are using kind of the interest as a kind of a method of forecasting. So if we have a lot of folks who say, we really want a node here, we are using that as a reason to say, hey, folks are going to use this here. Do you mind me asking you to confirm that location you were?
It's a neighborhood called Hamlet in the Park. And then Shiloh Grove is another one. So these are communities along Church Street. Before you get to Kids Creek, right? I often forget, right? Yeah, so.
That's closer to the Church Street Park.
Yeah, closer to Church Street Park. And because I think at the end of the day, for those seniors or, the people that don't want to drive in a car that are living in those communities, it might be advantageous for them to have an access to this. The kids, who don't have the driver's licenses or like Councilmember Fender said, delayed getting their license could be very helpful there. So anyway, yeah, those are the two. But I'll tell those communities, if you're listening tonight, go ahead and apply, just send your feedback in that you want. Now, would we go out there? How does that work? Would we go out there and?
So that's a great question. So if anybody's listening, smartshuttle@townofmorrisville.org. You're welcome to email that. My contact information is on the Smart Shuttle webpage. Feel free to call me if that is easier for you. We definitely want to hear your feedback. What we'll do is we'll take, and I've actually, I appreciate you letting me know the area. I've had a couple of conversations with folks out there, but all of that feedback is really helpful. What we'll do is we'll review that feedback and we will, our staff will, review that feedback. If a node is identified at those locations, given feedback that's coming in, then we would start the process of, okay, like, do we need to acquire any easements? What do we need for installation? That all takes several months before we get to the point where we're actually putting a pad in the ground and starting service. But yes, we feedback in any method that we can get. Obviously, it's a community service, so we want to make sure we give everybody the opportunity to provide as much feedback as they'd like.
The final point I'd make, and I think Councilmember Scruton, thank you so much for that. So I'll relay that to those, and if they're listening tonight, to make sure that they do exactly what you said, and that we want to make sure that we're providing as much access as possible. The final point I'd make is that, and I love Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson's point about the frequency and the reliability. I think that's an important factor for all of us to consider, not only for this kind of transit service, but as we talk about bus transit and rail transit, because like even for me personally, with the GPSs in the car, you just go in and you know exactly when you leave your house, when you're going to get there, whether you have to get to a meeting, whether you have to get to work. And it's that kind of frequency and reliability that would enable someone to use transit. And so for me, there's times where I'd like to use bus, or I'd even like to get, out of the box and go take a train from Cary to Durham or Cary to Raleigh. But I don't do it because I just don't know, how long is it going to take me to get there, park, get the ticket, and run. So I think that's just something that all of us have to work on, because if you don't have that reliability, then there's a tendency of people saying, well, it's a nice to have, but I'm just going to get in the car. And if that mindset doesn't change, then it's going to get away from the purpose of trying to take the cars off the road. So just something we all got to think about.
I have a couple of things, and then Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, then we'll do a second round. It looks like some people have some further thoughts. You've already talked about how staff has already looked at the wait time and came down in 45 minutes. If it's possible to maybe change that message and say your wait time would be more than 45 minutes and give people the option to choose to wait or not, that might be information that might be helpful for them. You said that we're going to be looking at this every 12 months. If it's possible, if staff has the bandwidth to get a report every 6 months or so, especially with September coming up, it'd be good for us to take another look at this and see if staff could present options that could continue to use the community funding model.
Yes, my apologies. That is the intention,
Okay.
To kind of provide an update every 6 months. So my apologies for.
I might have misheard you, so that's fine. I know, like, for Wake County EMS, they stage proactively. Are we doing that with our software when we have two shuttles, like where to stage next to predict the next ride?
Oh, so we do have, that's where those terminals come in. They are at Morrisville Community Park and McCrimmon Corners. Those are not based on data feedback. Those are based on locations that we could find that met all the criteria for a place for a shuttle to wait safely while waiting to book rides. So those are the two places they stage. I can say with fairly good confidence that with the ridership we've had, I don't think that they're there very long without being sent back out for another trip. But those are the two staging areas that are in the service area at this point.
Okay. I too would support some kind of more robust event intentionality some way to figure out if there's a lot of people at one time, let them all book it, and then the computer figures out how everyone can get on the bus and figure out a route to take them. Rather than thinking of them as one-offs, think of them as one large one and creating a route for itself. So if there's two people at a stop, they should both be picked up, and they should, even if one arrives 10 minutes later, it makes sense to use that rider.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, thank you.
I do like the suggestion of looking into fixed route. The fact that we only have one shuttle going during rush hour in the morning, I'd be very interested in knowing if staff or VIA could figure out a way to create a route that goes through residential, ends up at Perimeter, and then the Durham Transit Station, so that we could connect. Because one of the big things was up north, being able to connect to other regional transportation. And then also down at Park West, I think there's a shared stop that gets to Cary Depot.
The closest would be Park West Village, but there is a transfer point with Go Cary at that location.
So I think that's important to start to highlight that a little bit more, that you can go to those two spots and get to the bigger network. And if we could do that intentionally with one of the buses in the morning, do one route up to the Durham Transit Station and then all the way back and drop people at the Cary stop so that they can meet those buses when they head out, that can be a commuter usage that is predictable. Because the Wake Transit Plan is all about predictable, reliable. So right now this is not reliable nor predictable. So if we can provide that, we can up our ridership. And this is a pilot, and if we're going to be innovative and use the fixed route for at least part of the time, I think that's maybe the next step, rather than waiting for another 6 months of data. So those were some thoughts. The fixed route hybrid is a really great idea. I think that's the next step, rather than switching straight to fixed route. That was my thoughts for now. So thank you very much. And after Mayor Pro Tem, I think there's a number of people who have second thoughts. Mayor Pro Tem?
So thank you, Caleb. I'm going to take a point of privilege and say congratulations. Caleb just became a new dad, and welcome back. We're happy to have you back. So, and the presentation's fabulous. So we were waiting for you to come back so we could get this presentation. A couple of things I just want to repeat. The one about taking cars off the road, yes, that's a goal. But if you remember when we did the first inaugural bus ride, I used the word freedom. So I want to make sure we don't lose that this is a service that offers freedom to those that may need it. And that's a whole wide group of folks. And we just talked about, we had a proclamation tonight where we talked about folks with disabilities. So clearly that's one group that I'm thinking about today, if not more often than today. So anyhow, there are multiple goals as we go, as we think about this service and how we want to tweak it. Increasing ridership absolutely needs to be a goal. But one thing that kind of strikes me as we look at this data, we only have 1 year's worth of data, and it started in October of 21. And how soon we forget. In October of 21, we were still wearing masks. Not everybody was vaccinated. Some were, so I just wonder how much of this is really, it's valuable data. I'm not going to say it's invaluable, but how much of it was data from a time frame where we were not acting as we typically do. So again, valuable data, but I would like to see another year's worth of data that we are not wearing masks and not in that time frame, in that frame of mind that we were in back a year plus ago. So nothing, I'm not asking you to comment on that, but that just kind of occurs to me as we talk about tweaking, to keep that in mind. And then recommendations. I mean, you talked about let's gather some more data. So I like that idea, obviously, that kind of ties into my last comment. But what recommendations
are you thinking of right now that you want to share with us, or are you not at that point yet?
I would say that that's something administration and we can talk about and then provide you kind of a more holistic recommendation at a later time.
Okay, because I'm looking to see what you all think as the experts into this service and how to tweak it further. So, okay, that's it. Everybody else kind of hit on everything else I had in my notes. So that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Okay. Everyone's had a chance. Then now we're going to do it again. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, followed by Councilmember Rabadi, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the council did a fabulous job of covering the landscape of questions and queries and challenges that we're facing as a town. But one thing that we haven't touched upon is if we have as much as a 45-minute wait time, we don't really have sufficient seating or waiting kind of places for those individuals that need to wait. I do like the recommendation about installing a place to, like a node shelter on Morrisville Carpenter Road due to the high volume of use. But because we do have wait times that could be 20, 30 minutes, it's expensive to have that shelter, I understand, but what are the prices of installing more benches? Just benches, so people might be able to rest if they can't get their shuttle within 10 minutes. So if that is a way to extend the ridership through just subtle ways of allowing people to have better wait experiences, that might be a less cost that we have to incur as a town as well. So there's a possible solution to that.
Yeah, thank you. I will say that the adding benches at some of our nodes is something that we're looking to do or shortly after. So that's something that is on our radar too, and I appreciate you bringing that up.
Councilmember Rabadi, followed by Councilmember Fender, please.
Yeah, so congratulations. Little boy or little girl?
A little boy.
Oh,
Yeah, we're
wonderful.
very proud. Thank you.
Great. So two things. If it really does take a few months to get a node in service between everything that we have to do, I think that we should start looking at the Church Street Park area particularly sooner rather than later, because soon enough we're going to have tons of people trying to get over there for cricket matches. And I think that would be a value-added service. I would definitely take cars off the road, because if you don't have a shuttle, people are going to take their cars over there. So that's one thing. And the other thing was that you asked what other data we'd like to see. One thing that would be interesting to me, even if it was self-reported like in people's profile, would be the age of the riders. Because I'd like to see what percentage of our riders are senior citizens, what percentage are teenagers, because I think that informs, when we see mainly leisure trips, I think that informs where people are going and why they're going there. And I would be interested in that data, even if it was an optional add to the profile.
We can certainly look into the possibility of that.
Councilmember Fender, followed by Councilmember Garamella, please.
I'll be short. I wanted to add on to what Councilmember Rao was talking about earlier about adding a node on Church Street near the Hamlet Park and Shiloh Grove. That area would have the added benefit. It's close to Church Street Park. There's also Shiloh Park across the street from Shiloh Grove or whatever the next one is. And there's a church right there, and then they're building a Hindu temple just south of the church. So it wouldn't be, and I've had residents ask me about wanting another node along Church Street. So it wouldn't be just those townhome subdivisions. You'd have 2 parks and 2 religious buildings there as well in that community.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garamella, please.
Yeah, I think I had the same question that Ann had regarding the demographics, because I'll be full transparency, I didn't download that, but I just wanted to see if the demographics, what kind of ridership are we picking up? Because that will determine, the seniors or the students or the age group, are they going to work? That kind of a thing would be really helpful. Last but not the least, I don't want the concept to laugh, but I wanted to ask if the dog park coming, do you allow dogs in the bus?
Go Carry does not allow dogs on the bus, unfortunately. It's a good question. It's something we've gotten before, so. But I will say about the demographics, for the safety of the account holders, we only ask for very limited information on them. But that's something we can look into in surveys or something like that. So we could always look into sending out another survey to understand.
More than the demographic, it's the age, that's the key. Only to understand, who are we serving, that's the key. I don't really care the race or any of those things, but just what can be done on that.
So yeah, no pets on the bus, but you can bring your bike, so that's good. So there's one thing, when mentioning the cricket, I also had a thought, and this might be a little bit difficult to implement, but if we're doing shuttle buses to parking lots, for example, at many of our larger events, if we also activate our 2 shuttles and publish a route that will go, one shuttle will go to these 6 residential stops from the event, this other shuttle will go to these 6 spots, and have both those shuttles running that route for the half hour or 45 minutes after a major event, that might encourage people to carpool to an event and do whatever, but then know that they're going to be able to get at least 30 of them if they do it twice. That will be able to get some people home, and that will be a very predictable thing for them to do.
So looking into how to facilitate those higher demand ridership events.
Right. Yeah, like after 3rd of July or after a cricket match, something like that, at least so some people will be able to get there.
Sure, we can certainly look into those options.
Looking around, we have given you a lot to think about. We really appreciate all the hard work that went into creating this. And the first year, I like to think it's a success. I mean, people are using it, and part of the idea was to just get people used to it and the idea of it. So now the idea is out there, and now it's a matter of helping everyone adopt it a little bit more. So thank you very much for helping with our sustainability and our innovation journey.
Yeah, thank you all for your time and for your feedback.
Congratulations on the little one.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay. At this time, moving on to item 10, public address. Town Clerk Smith will recognize anyone here to speak in person and any public comments received via email.
There were no public comments received via email and no individuals signed up to give in-person public comment.
Was anyone here who wanted to speak on 3 minutes on any item of their choosing other than the public hearing about the Duke Energy substation? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to next item, item 11, public hearings. There is one continued public hearing on this evening's agenda, a proposed amendment of the zoning map for Duke Energy located at 940 Morrisville Carpenter Road. That's REZ-22-0010. The public hearing was opened at the January 10th Town Council meeting. Susie Russell, Planner 2, will facilitate this discussion.
Good evening, Mayor Colley and members of Town Council. Okay, I have some updates for everybody. On February 22nd, the applicant, Duke Energy, did submit 3 additional documents. These can be found in your packet. Those would be attachment 16, that is the revised site layout plan. Attachment 17 is your revised zoning conditions. And attachment 18 is the Duke Energy update presentation. Also, Ben Mills, who was our stormwater engineer for the town, he is available tonight and he can answer any of your questions that you might have in regards to the stormwater located on the site plan and how it relates to the town's regulations. Also, Duke Energy is present tonight, and they will provide a presentation as well as explain the updates that I just covered that they submitted. And they would like to update you on the status of the southern expansion request. Is there anything that you all would like me to go over from previous times, or would you like to just go ahead and move into Duke's presentation?
Looks like we're ready to hear from Duke.
Great, thank you all so much.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, members of the community. It's good to be with you this evening. Marty Clayton, I serve as the local manager of government and community relations for Duke Energy. My address is 411 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. Since we were with you last, we had asked for a continuance to be able to come before you tonight to provide additional information. You will hear from members of the team tonight that have additional information to share with you. But Mayor and council members, what brings us here tonight is to talk about the unprecedented growth that we have seen in the town of Morrisville over the last 18 months. And with that unprecedented growth brings the need for additional capacity, electrical capacity to the town. We have seen growth in the area that has rivaled the demand that we have seen in the last century in the town of Morrisville. The current demand in the town is around 100 megawatts, and that has now, we have seen in the last 18 months, demand for over 135 megawatts. In addition to that, at the last council meeting, we were requested to look at and consider additional options to be able to provide the substation. This team has since gone back, worked closely with the staff, and I wanted to recognize and appreciate the staff for their great support and time that they have provided to us and council in working through some of the challenges and issues. I've also would like to recognize and appreciate the time that council has put into understanding some of the issues and demands that are being placed on the system, and for taking the time to look at the substation site and to understand some of the challenges that we're facing. I would, at this point in time, like to call on Cliff Cates. Cliff is our manager of asset planning, and he's able to come and share a little bit more on the unprecedented growth that we have discussed and have seen again over the last 18 months.
Hi, good evening. Good to see you again. I apologize for my voice. The pollen is working on me a bit. So as Marty said, we are currently experiencing unprecedented growth in the Morrisville area. So what I'd like to do tonight is talk a little bit more about that growth, and then also get into a little more detail about the urgency and the criticality for Duke Energy to be able to serve that continued growth. A little bit about the understanding of the need. So we've got two primary substations that serve the Morrisville area. The first one is the RTP 230 kV substation, which is located off of Church Street. And then we've also got the Morrisville 230 kV substation. So when we build substations, our standard approach is to build one single substation transformer bank, but have enough land so that we can expand that bank in the future when needed, when capacity dictates. So in 2021, we expanded the RTP substation, the Church Street substation, and added the second transformer bank there. that substation is now fully built out. We have no more available land, and there is also some wetlands there, so we have no capability to further expand the RTP substation. We do have available land and the ability to expand the Morrisville substation, and that is our request tonight, is for your consent and approval to expand the Morrisville substation and add that second bank. A little bit more about the load growth in Morrisville. As Marty said, currently Morrisville in 2021, there was 100 megawatts. The entire town from start to finish, 100 megawatts of connected load. Since in the past 18 months, we've seen 135 megawatts of load requests. I know we previously communicated 125 megawatts. That number continues to go up. We're getting additional load requests on a weekly basis, sometimes daily basis. So we do continue to see those load requests continue to rise.
So just to be clear, what you're saying is that right now it's 100. You have additional requests for another 135 for a total of 235.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So if you look at that 100 megawatts of current load, historically, Morrisville, the town, has averaged about a 1% load growth. So we're generally expecting about 1 megawatt of load growth per year in the Morrisville area, and that's what we've seen historically. In 2018, we did anticipate an uptick in load growth in the Morrisville area, and at that time, we did make the decision, the long-term decision, to expand both the RTP and the Morrisville substation. At the time, our thought was we would expand the RTP substation in 2021, and we would expand the Morrisville substation in 2026. Given these past 18 months and the continued growth, we now are here before you to recommend that we need to expand the Morrisville substation no later than June 1st of 2024. We do not have the second bank at Morrisville in service, constructed and in service by June 1st of 2024, possibly before June 1st, we will not be able to continue to effectively serve new load in the town of Morrisville. We will have to stop connecting meters. We will not be able to serve any more additional load after June 1st. I know the slide is very busy, but it just shows some of the major load sites that we're seeing across Morrisville. And we're seeing residential growth, apartments, commercial, industrial. But what I really want to call your attention to is the life science campuses that we're seeing. Those life science campuses have about 4 times the amount of load as a traditional office park. So if a traditional building, 5 to 10 megawatts, a compatible life science building is going to be 20 to 40 megawatts. That is a major driver that we're in these unprecedented load increases that we're seeing. Any questions about the load growth? Again, I went through it fast, but I know we've covered this in detail.
I think we're understanding that.
All right, thank you.
In addition, Mayor and council members, you asked us to go back and after the last council meeting, look to see if there was additional opportunities to meet this demand through expansions at other substations. As Cliff mentioned in his remarks, the RTP site is fully built out. Then you also ask us to come back and look at the possibility of moving to the south. And we have fully evaluated that option, gone back after extensive review with many of my colleagues that are here with us tonight. We've actually been in this process, Mayor and council members, for over 9 months now, reviewing the sites, planning for this, and we're effectively coming back to you this evening, recognizing with the demand that Cliff mentioned, and the urgent need for this capacity, to let you know that the South is not a viable option for us in order to meet the demands and serve our customers in the town of Morrisville. You will hear more about that. I'm going to ask Nuwan Widjasareri to come up and provide us some additional information to let us know what we have been doing since the last council meeting to evaluate the southern option. Nuwan?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. Thank you for your time. Will provide me the opportunity to follow along with my notes because I made some detailed notes and wanted to share all the facts so that I don't skip over anything. So, right. So what you see upstairs, up on the screen there is the proposed layout for the northern expansion, which I think you might have seen in the past. And as Marty has mentioned, we're recommending that we be allowed to expand to the north to address the capacity issues as Cliff and Marty have mentioned. In addition, to try to address some of the neighbor concerns that we've heard over the last few months. And in the upcoming slides, we'll discuss more about those plans. So in front of you is the timeline, and if we are approved to move forward, then what you see is a timeline of when we believe we would be able to have that northern expansion constructed and complete to be able to meet that June 1st deadline. And on the screen there, what you see is we've spent 9 months basically performing the conceptual plans needed for the engineering, site visits, natural resource assessments, onboarding consultants. So all of those things have taken place during those 9 months. And I know the question has come up before, why can't we do it sooner? But as I just mentioned, all those things are needed to effectively engineer a substation. It is a complex project. We have a whole team of dedicated, skilled engineers in the background that work on these things. So it does take a long time to engineer a project like this. And then beyond that, there is design related to grading and civil site design. In addition, followed by that, there is permitting requirements that not just the town, but the state requirements that we have to meet. So those timelines have to be factored in. And then only after those approvals can we start construction. And that's, roughly 10 months. And again, there can always be delays, as anyone knows who's ever worked in the industrial field. Nothing quite goes right with construction. There's time delays, weather delays, and so forth. So that is our estimate. You will see that, the timeline is a little bit longer than June 1st, but, I know everybody in the team here for Duke Energy is committed to shrinking that 1 month to make sure that we have the substation up and running to meet the demands for the town of Morrisville. In the coming slide, you'll see a comparison of the north option versus the south option. So what you see is what we considered during our conceptual planning as to what the southern expansion would look like. And we'll have some more slides showing the renderings and viewpoints as to how that would have affected the view shed going forward. This is a comparison of the two timelines for the north and south. And you can see the southern option has a shorter time frame for engineering, and that's because 10% of the design that's been done for the northern option could be effectively used for the southern option. But as you can see, the timeline, if we were to start today, if we were approved today, basically mid-March, we would still not meet that goal of having this in service by June 1st. In fact, it would be in November, basically, that we would be able to have the substation up and running if we went with the southern option. And therefore, that's why we're recommending for us to be allowed to move forward with the northern option, because as you can see from the schedule, the southern option is unviable from a schedule standpoint. So just some more detail. You will see that for the 5 months that we show for the permitting for the southern option, going south would involve removing and installing an extra structure south of Morrisville Carpenter Road, which would not be required for the northern option. That structure does pose a challenge specifically from access. In addition, it does burden the company with additional costs for matting through that low-lying wet area to get to that structure. So there is additional challenges posed with if we were to go south with just accessing that structure alone. And we would need an additional authorization from the town engineer, basically stating that there's no other viable option but to go, because that structure would require buffer authorization. So that is something we have considered, and that's how we factored in that 5 months. You'll also notice that the 2 months for the civil site design are not shown in the southern option. That's because we factored that in because in that 5 months, because obviously we've already done some of that engineering, and we feel like that could be factored into that 5 months. So we've tried our best to consider what we could do to shorten that timeline, but that is what we've come up with. There is additionally a bid event that needs to take place after permitting, but again, that could run concurrently. We don't show that on the screen here for that. All right, so we went out and we had a consultant walk around the site, take photos, and we took photos and created renderings to show what potentially the view would look like for residents throughout the surrounding communities. What you see there is a rendering of the south option from across from the entrance to the existing site if we had gone with the southern option. And as you can see, it does create more exposure than currently exists and would in fact create more exposure than if we go north. It also generates a security risk to Duke Energy because you're now opening up the site to people that ordinarily didn't even know the site exists. So given our recent history, we do have some concerns about that. This is a rendering of the view from Gradient Drive if we were to go with the south layout. We'll see some more renderings going forward. Just to follow along, sorry, I should have said this earlier, but if you look on the screen, where this red circle is, on the aerial, that's the view that these renderings were, photos were taken to create the renderings. So this is this is from, again, across from Morrisville Carpenter Road in the southeast corner. This is what the existing transmission corridor looks like. And this would be the location of a potential switch that would need to be installed had we gone with the south option. And you'll see this next. This is what it would look like after the clearing is done and the switch is installed in that transmission corridor, as I mentioned. And then, like I said, across south of Morrisville Carpenter, right here, that's where that structure is that, like I mentioned, would need to be removed and installed again, and would pose additional challenges for us, not only in permitting but additional costs. But I think the bigger picture here is, just to go back, is the schedule. We simply cannot meet that timeline of June 1st if we go with the southern option. I would like to take a moment to, as Marty said, thank the town staff for their time and dedication in working with us, trying to work through some of these challenges. We have had a good working relationship, and I want to thank them for their time. I also want to take the time, though, to talk about some of the stuff that we are proposing with this northern expansion, because we understand there are concerns, and we want to do our best to be a good neighbor, a good steward, and try to address some of those concerns. What you see, first of all, is this is the existing substation. This would be the expansion. Right up here, what we're proposing to do is plant 2 rows of evergreen holly, Nellie R. Stevens hollies, and I've got examples in the next slide showing what they would look like. In addition, we would propose, and these, I'm sorry, excuse me, let me backtrack a little bit. These would be a minimum of 8 feet at planting, would mature to about 25 feet over time.
Could you possibly use the mouse to show, because we can't see the red?
Sorry.
That way everyone can see it.
Is this it?
I believe so.
Okay.
So you should be able to.
So you'll have to show me how to do that. Oh, it's there. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
So the 2 rows of hollies, is that darker green there?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
We would install wrought iron fencing, which would be compliant with UDO requirements. Additionally, some of the other things that we have agreed to do are improve the driveway that's currently there. Currently, there's a concrete apron followed by gravel. We would look to pave that driveway from the concrete apron up to the gate, so that there would be no gravel that would be tracked onto Morrisville Carpenter from vehicle traffic coming in and out. Sidewalk along Leafy Creek Drive. By the entrance to our make sure. Additionally, we did get a request from Fire Marshal that we widen the existing gravel road that's within our substation from 20 feet to 23 feet. That request widened to the amount. moving along, I've got some examples of what those hollies and fences look like. So this is an example of the evergreen trees that we're proposing to plant. This side, this is an example of the opaque fencing that we would look to screening in addition. This photo was taken during winter up near the northern property line of our parcel. My back would be facing the fence that's there and pointing down towards the existing substation. That's what's existing now. This is a rendering of what it would look like if we only installed wrought iron fence. But we are not actually proposing that. We're proposing an opaque fence. So moving along, this is what it would look like with the opaque fence. So just as a comparison, this is what would have been compliant with the UDO, but this is what we're proposing. Then in addition to that, we're proposing the hollies to be planted. So this would be at the install height initially of 8 feet plus, potentially more depending on what's available from the landscaping nurseries, excuse me. We can't guarantee that something would be taller would be available, but if it was available, we would certainly plant it. But we can guarantee that we would plant at something that's minimum of 8 feet. Then at maturity, the hollies would actually screen out the entire substation. So this is, what we feel is going to be adequate in screening, visually screening the substation, and will actually provide additional noise buffering. This is a view of the existing transmission tap line corridor from Gradient Drive. That's look like once the expansion was completed. This is the existing tap line. This is the new transmission tap line. It's hard to see here, but there is an opaque fence that is shown quite far from Gradient Drive itself.
Go back,
Sure.
Go back that one. And can you explain the reason why you wouldn't plant holly along that fence as well?
Sure. So typically we don't plant trees within the transmission corridor simply because we have rules that we have to follow because of any potential growth that could interfere with the transmission lines. Now, we can certainly go back and talk to our asset protection group about the hollies because they're depending on the size of the trees, but again, we don't typically plant in the transmission corridors. If you look at any corridor that you drive down past, you won't see trees in the corridor.
Okay, I just wanted to ask when you had that up.
That's just a simple standard that practice that Duke Energy follows, primarily because if you do plant trees close enough to transmission line, it could lead to an outage if there's a storm event.
Thank you.
At this point, I'd like to call on Marty. Do you have any other questions? I'm happy to answer anything.
Questions for him at this point? Councilmember Rao?
I just was curious, in the render, you just answered my question about why you wouldn't put the hollies there, so the mayor asked that question, but when you look at the current substation that is there in the Addison community, if you had the hollies like you had shown the renderings, and, I'm assuming that's 4 years later, right, where you couldn't see it. How come those weren't done in the existing substation? Was it just because there were no houses there?
So this substation is, this land was bought back in 1977, and this substation was built well before any of the communities that's currently surrounded were constructed.
But if those hollies been if you took the same slot and you had those hollies, you planted them along that, and based on the size, that would look like that, right? That it would be that high where you wouldn't be,
Yes.
those houses wouldn't be able to see it. Like, right now, they can see it from their house. So under this model, it would be, but, okay, so, and then the final question is, like, under the southern option, you had that slide where you talked about the opaque fence and the trees and all that. Under the southern option, which you're not recommending, would there be less of those conditions that we've negotiated for that we're trying to address these residents' concerns, like less trees, less vegetation?
Yes, so some of the going south will actually result in less buffering at the entrance, because in front of the substation, there needs to be a graveled area to be able to bring in construction vehicles, tractor trailers, to be able to turn around. And that actually leads to more tree clearing, and that's why that entrance looks worse, I would say, because you actually have to do more clearing. In addition, the stormwater basin would have to be outside our transmission line right away. So that actually leads to a narrower buffer along. Sorry.
Then I had one more question from Councilmember Abadi for a new one.
Yeah, on slide 19, what is the height of the fence shown in that rendering? Yes.
That is 8 foot, so.
Wow. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Nuwan. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Mayor, Council, I would just like to summarize. We wanted to provide the additional information with regard to the south option because that's what you all requested. And as I had indicated, going back and working closely with our team, we did look at that option. We have determined, as I had mentioned earlier, that the south is just not a viable option. It will not allow us to continue to serve the critical load in Morrisville. And that's the key challenge for us right now. We have an obligation and a responsibility to serve our customers in Morrisville. We want to serve our customers in Morrisville. We want to move forward with the expansion of this substation because if we do not, we're not going to be able to meet that critical load. As Mr. Cates indicated, we're currently projecting, really I would say, and I don't want to overstate this, but even best case scenario, likely we're looking at June 1st, and it could be earlier than that we would not be able to meet the demand in Morrisville. It's a critical issue for us. The south option is not an option for us, and we would like to get your support and consideration for approval for the north expansion so that we can continue to serve the customers in Morrisville. Thank you for your time.
Does anyone have any questions for Marty or his team at this time?
I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember Bender.
Please.
So I can't remember if you've already discussed this or not, but what is driving the June 1st date, 2024? Why that date?
If you could please approach the microphone. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Load projections, based on what we believe the load growth will be. So we know it will be no later than June 1st. The key to the June 1st is we do have one customer that has actually signed an agreement, a letter of intent, if you will, and they will be committed and will be have energized on June 1st and will need their power, their capacity on June 1st. So that is why we are completely firm that it will be no later than June 1st before we don't have any available capacity.
Well, and then that customer, is that a high demand customer? I don't know if Director Stiegel knows this or not, but what is the timeline for the Spark development?
There are a number of different life science developments, multifamily developments under construction along McCrimmon right now. You can see some of them have been approved, some of them are under construction, but we do have some that are looking at around June, July, summer of 2024 in order to complete their first phases.
Okay, and then would that include the biomanufacturing facility that Spark is intending to build?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, if you could, your name and your role, just for the record.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Michelle Stiegel, Planning Director.
Thank you. Councilmember Rao, please.
Yeah, one last question. I just was curious. Today I attended the virtual clean transportation webinar, and as we look at going to carbon net zero by 2050, I think, I just was curious, what would be the impact on load for more electric vehicles? Is this existing capacity going to address, more electric vehicles and electric chargers?
Yes, this additional capacity would allow for additional electric vehicles, small, medium, and large.
Okay.
Councilmember Garamella, please.
Yeah. I would like to know, you have put a hard deadline, June 1st, 2024, and if a south is an option, then from the calculation is 6 months. How many customers have you committed between June 1st and November?
Don't actually have a queue, if you will, a customer commitment where customers get in line, and so we know who will be connected when. And that's why we're saying it will be no later than June 1st. It could very well and most likely will be earlier than June 1st, because we do not know exactly when each individual customer will be committing.
And
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and the supply demand, right? We are in the same business, lack of, better word, it's always a delay. So this is your best scenario, you're thinking. Consider there's a delay and this goes 2 months late, and the other one is 2 months, if you can. So what am I really realistically looking at? Is it solid 6 month delay, or because you're already projecting 1 month more into July and the other one will be done in November. So it's August, September, October, 3 months, pretty much 4 months.
Talking about the south expansion?
South expansion.
Yeah. Let me make sure I understand the question correctly. Is it related to the capacity?
Yeah, it's related to the capacity in understand Mr. Cliff said that June 1st you have a commitment of is it how many megawatts is that?
Roughly 10 megawatts.
10 megawatts, okay. So if this is delayed to say till October or the south facing, how many, you don't have the data, but I wanted to ask if you could, how much more megawatts will be lost in the line of internet? That's where I was trying to go.
Yeah, between the June timeframe and the November timeframe,
Yeah.
right.
Very difficult to, I mean, again, it depends on the construction schedule of our customers, and we have no knowledge of, for most of our customers, we have no knowledge of that construction schedule.
Now, then let me ask a different question. Like, when do you get this request? Is it when they start the construction or when they start the permitting? How does it work? Because when you're saying you don't know when they will come, but you're anticipating 130, so you're getting the data from somewhere, right?
We have some customers who come to us, years in advance. When they're considering sites, we're one of their first contacts.
Okay.
We have some customers who come to us just before they start building, and we have, honestly, some customers who come to us when they're ready to connect their meter, and it's a complete surprise. We did not know that load was coming. So, it varies. We like to encourage developers to let us know as soon as they possibly can so that we can work with them and ensure that capacity is available.
Okay, and this is more for Susie or Michelle. So for a CEO, electricity is a must. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, in order to have the CO, you must have connected to power, water, sewer.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, please.
So I just want to I don't really have I do have a question, but more of a comment, and then I want to make sure we hear from the public, because we still have the public hearing open. Mr. Clayton mentioned how almost all of us have taken a tour, not only to the substation as it exists today in Morrisville, on Morrisville Carpenter Road, but we also toured other substations around the county to get a look at what they look like. Some that are similar in size to this, some that were in neighborhoods, some different kind of a layout, but I want to thank you for that tour, and I really want to thank my fellow colleagues, because I think we've all learned a lot. Back in December, when I first met with the neighbors, they asked me lots of questions, and I could not answer any of them. And I think we've all had a crash course in not only Duke Energy, but in energy infrastructure. We've come up to speed a lot in the last couple of months. If you ask me anything about roads, I can tell you all about those. I couldn't tell you anything about how energy moves around the county, and how critical it is, and how important it is, and what it means to our community. So thank you for the tour. I will tell you, and the citizens need to hear this too. For me, the tour was beneficial because it showed me what we want for our residents, and more importantly, what we do not want for our residents. There were some of those sites that I was not pleased with, and I told you that. And so I think we all had that in mind when we took these tours. And I just want the public to know that we've all invested a great deal of time in this issue and in this decision, wherever we end up landing. So thank you for that. And actually, I do have a question now for Susie about, you've talked about a lot of conditions. You referenced, and I should have done this beforehand, Susie, but you referenced, I think it's 17, attachment 17. The conditions that are in that letter, do they match what's in the ordinance that we have too? And I can do that on my own, but I just want to make sure they both match, right?
They do match. Everything's been updated.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's the only question I have now, and then do want to hear from the public, so.
So if it's okay with the council, I was going to ask Susie actually to stay and go over some of those conditions so everyone's sees that on the record from attachment 17. Thank you very much, Mr. Clayton. And then we'll do the public hearing, hear from people tonight, and then take it from there. So if you want to bring up the slide with the conditions, just because the residents might want to speak to them as well.
Okay, so here we have our conditions. I'm going to first start by kind of getting you acquainted to these because they did change. We've got original condition number 5. Originally, that condition stated that the applicant will provide an 8-foot tall fence around the entire substation compound and that they would meet the UDO fence material requirements. And the revision, which is what you see before you, in addition, they will provide an 8-foot at minimum tall fence around the entire substation compound, with the north and east sides being opaque, which is kind of what Nuan just went over. And the west and south sides will meet the UDO fence material requirements. A new condition was added to the revised set of conditions, and that can be found under number 6.
Can you make that quite a bit bigger so we can all see it?
Sure.
The audience as well. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so number 6 was added. And that one states that 2 opaque rows of evergreen trees, and they reference Nellie R. Stevens, but they also state or similar, will be planted between the northern portion of the substation fence and the perimeter buffer. The evergreen trees shall be at least 8 foot in height above ground level. The original condition found under number 6 is now number 7. And the original condition found under number 7 is now number 8. So now that I've sort of acquainted you with what those changes are, I will go over each one so that we can. Okay, so their first condition is utility facility major shall be a permitted principal use on the property. Number 2 is no parking shall be required. However, an access drive shall be provided to the service area as shown on the submitted sketch plan. Number 3, the driveway shall be paved with asphalt from the concrete apron to the existing gate. Otherwise, the development site shall be exempt from the UDO section 5.10.5.8, which is under surfacing, and shall be allowed to use gravel or an equivalent material in the locations as depicted on the associated site sketch plan.
So to dig in on that a little bit, that would usually be pavement required, but we're allowing them just to do that so there's less stormwater?
Less stormwater, but also that is a requirement that would normally require not only pavement, but curbing and gutter. And if you look into why that would be required, think of a development such as anything, like a grocery store. There is a ton of traffic coming in and out. So they came to us and said, look, this really does not get used by any traffic. We don't allow traffic on the site. And so we all, as a group, were okay with them requesting gravel. And then they showed us other substations, and they were gravel. So that's how that got determined to be.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay. Number 4, The applicant shall provide all landscape buffers as required by the UDO, except on the northeastern side of the parcel, as well as along the eastern property line where it intersects with the transmission corridor, where landscape buffers shall be provided only to the maximum extent practicable in order to avoid the above-ground transmission lines and associated danger tree clearing limit as depicted on the sketch plan. Number 5, this is a newly added. Do you want me to go over that one again? I did read it.
Went over 5 and 6, so that's
Great.
fine.
And then 7, the applicant shall provide the required percentage of tree preservation, but shall be required to follow the priority retention order only to the maximum extent practicable in order to avoid the above-ground transmission lines and associated danger tree clearing limit as depicted on the sketch plan. Number 8, the site plan shall be developed in general conformance with the sketch plan submitted with this rezoning application.
And to dig in on number 8, what does that mean in regards to if the north is approved, they cannot expand anywhere else in the future without coming back to us?
Exactly. And as well as, so we have vetted this site plan so that it is in general conformance already so that you guys know the UDO has been gone through, any other plan that is associated with it has been gone through. So what you see in that sketch plan is how we came up with these conditions, because those are the areas that are not specifically meeting those standards that we would normally have them meet.
So I have 2 quick questions. I don't see any mention of the gate changing and being nicer and fencing around there, as was mentioned by Mr. Clayton. So I don't know if that should be included in conditions. Also, there was talk about, and thank you, Mr. Mills, for being here, about fencing in the stormwater retention area. Is that a requirement, or is that something they might voluntarily do?
Let's get Ben up to answer that.
I'd appreciate that.
Sure. And as for like number 3, anything that you want to add to conditions, you are absolutely allowed to add to conditions. The applicant just needs to agree to that addition.
Maybe they can draft that because you verbally said it, so it'd be nice to have that in the conditions when they come back. Mr. Mills?
Yeah, good evening, Ben Mills, Town of Morrisville Stormwater Engineer Manager. Fencing in the SAM or wet pond is not a requirement for town standards.
Okay, so I'd be interested to know if the council would be interested in asking if the applicant would be willing to do that insofar as that's a neighborhood with children who sometimes go into the woods, and I know no one would want a tragedy to happen there. So is that something you would voluntarily, I'd like to recognize Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
I'm really not in favor of putting a fence around a water retention area. We don't necessarily have that around the rest of the town, so I think more discussion is needed, but it's not just something because kids wander in the woods. There is security around the substation. Some of these stormwater retention areas, especially the one that's currently adjacent to the existing substation, are dry. They don't have water in them the majority of the time. They are simply there for flash flooding or for long terms or periods of rain. So I think fencing is something that we would need further study to really evaluate whether that would add benefit or if it is a little bit excessive.
I just wanted to put that out there. I'd heard from some residents about that. So I don't see any other discussion about it. That's something they can voluntarily do if they wish, and then we can decide later, or however, but I'll let that one go for now. I don't see anyone else wanting to weigh in. Councilmember Garamilla?
So also, I think Marty talked about enhancing the front, the south side. Where does that state in here? Like, making it more beautified. That was, yeah.
In that area. So maybe that will be included in the revised conditions.
And what does that really mean, you know, because we want to ensure like it is what you say is there.
So currently, it's a chain.
So currently, the gate is just a chain link type material. What we're proposing to put is a decorative type wrought iron fence and gate that would.
Okay, but that's more on the gate, not like to beautify that area. That's what I got.
We're talking about the entrance.
Okay.
As opposed to the entire.
Oh.
Apron of the entrance to the site, they had stated that they would add a new gate, wrought iron with landscape material. Nuwan, is that on the sketch plan?
That was on the sketch plan. I want to confirm that's still there since we have, had a number of meetings now and gone through iterations. So we'll make sure that it's there.
And then number 3, you could add this wording to the actual number 3.
Either we will put on the sketch plan or we will put a revised conditions letter. If that works, Susie?
Both would be best.
Okay.
Did anyone else have any questions about the conditions? Staff or for Duke Energy before we reopen the continued public hearing? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Ms. Russell? Okay, at this time, I'd like to recognize the town clerk to recognize those in person to address the group, and then I believe there might be one public hearing email that we'll do at the end.
Yes, sir. There were no individuals signed up to provide in-person public hearing comments.
So I got a question, like more for Frank. This is this has been revolving, right, like over a period of time. And our rule is the person who speaks cannot speak it again on that. How does that fit into with change plans and things that it's doing? Does the resident or have one more opportunity to talk about it, or I just want it to be fair, because they talked on first time when they saw something. Now it's a completely different product.
Well, it would be totally in council's discretion, but I would think it would only be fair to let someone speak to the changed condition, the revised condition, the updated conditions that have been presented tonight.
Okay.
Whether they've spoken before or not.
Okay, just basically their opinion on this 5 or 6 that's underlined. They have the opportunity to speak.
Yes, sir. That'd be my recommendation.
Okay.
Thank you. As there's no one here to speak in person, can you please share with us any emails that might have been received?
There was one public hearing comment received.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. What would you like me to do?
You didn't open it, even though they didn't sign up, there may still be people that want to speak.
Is that the will of the council, or?
Well, let's hear from the one that is written. We typically hear from them first before you open it up to the room. That's typically what.
Yeah, especially if there's 5 and 6, if they have comments, let them come and talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's hear the emailed, and then we'll just get consensus about letting people speak to 5 and 6 if they wish. That's the council's desire. Town clerk.
Yes, sir. There was one public hearing comment provided via email from Tim Skinder, Vice President, King Street Properties, 900 Perimeter Park Drive, Suite B2, Morrisville, North Carolina. It reads as follows. Salutations. In advance of tonight's town council meeting, I would like to submit the following commentary for consideration by the town council and the honorable mayor of Morrisville. I am writing in support of the proposed amendment of the zoning map for Duke Energy located at 940 Morrisville Carpenter Road. My name is Tim Skinder. I lead operations here in the Triangle for King Street Properties, a national owner, developer, and operator of life science real estate. I live in Raleigh, and King Street Regional Office is located at 900 Perimeter Park Drive in Morrisville. King Street Property currently owns 500,000 square feet across nine existing buildings in Morrisville, In total, we own 120 acres across Morrisville, spread between our two campuses, East Ridge at Perimeter Park and Pathway Triangle. We have invested hundreds of millions in Morrisville since 2020, and we are currently under construction on multiple purpose-built life science buildings located in Morrisville. Ultimately, we plan to build more than 1 million square feet of diverse life science buildings that will provide modern, efficient workplaces for the research, development, and delivery of life-changing therapies and medicines. These are Class A campuses that any municipality would be proud of. Ultimately, our Morrisville developments are estimated to total over $1.5 billion of direct capital spending by private enterprise and the creation of thousands of jobs within the community. As a native of the Triangle, I am proud to have planted our corporate flag here in the town of Morrisville. I applaud the town's forward-thinking work over the years in updating zoning and providing the foundations for growth and success for both its residents and businesses. Today, Morrisville is a special place. However, I believe it is critical that the town remain forward-thinking and proactive as it relates to the critical infrastructure of the future, such as roads, utilities, education, etc. As such, I believe Duke Energy's requested rezoning and associated expansion of the existing substation would be a net positive for the town. All stakeholders in the town, including residents, students, and businesses, need a reliable source of electricity to support the anticipated growth already underway in Morrisville. Without continued commitment to building out and maintaining its local infrastructure, I am concerned that Morrisville will be less competitive with other forward-thinking municipalities across the state, our country, and the globe. Specific to tonight's meeting, the immediate need for a more reliable electric grid is why I am supportive of Duke Energy's plan. Respectfully, Tim Skinder.
Thank you very much. And that was the only email public hearing comment received?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. At this time, I'd like to gauge the temperature of the council to go ahead and allow those who wish to speak on this subject, especially 5 and 6, the opportunity to do so, even if they've spoken before. Seeing some head nods.
Yeah.
Okay. We are good with that as a council. Thank you, Attorney Gray, for giving us this opportunity. So is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this subject, in particular about items 5 or 6, if you've spoken before on this subject? Otherwise, please approach the mic and your name and address for the record. And just to be clear, even if we close the public hearing tonight, we are always welcoming of your input via email or reaching out to us directly, right up until the vote and after the vote. So we enjoy the feedback. So do not think that your voice stops after tonight. Your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Gerard Falzone. I am at 114 Gracio Drive. It's a nice presentation. Just a couple of comments. If you notice the photos, the renderings showed perfectly manicured lawns. That's not the reality. For many, many years, Duke Energy has never been a good neighbor in that respect. So I would request that the council take that into account, that the renderings are not accurate when it comes to the landscaping. So my question is, what's the tallest opaque fence that is possible? 8 feet, even according to the rendering, does very little to mask the transmission centers. One suggestion that I would have, rather than planting the holly trees around the perimeters of the substation, would be to plant holly trees all along the lot boundaries of all of the adjoining homes, and that would definitely mask the substations much better than holly trees around the substations themselves, as the rendering showed. And number 3, I'll come back to my original point about the right-of-way. As it has existed now and for 20 years in the past, it's never been a source of beauty for the adjoining neighborhoods, and really for the entire town. Anybody that drives by is turned off by it. And like I mentioned the last time I spoke to you, anytime a realtor is brought in to look at a property in Ridgemont, the first question that any realtor has is the lot up against the power lines? So it's just an eyesore. No realtor. It definitely detracts from the property value of a home that is along the power lines. And finally, we heard no solution proposed to mitigate the additional noise pollution. So that's something that I would request of Duke Energy to work on a proposal for noise pollution. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Was there anyone else? Please approach the microphone. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, good afternoon or good evening, everyone. Dharmesh Balar, 129 Bayless Ridge Court, Morrisville. First of all, I want to personally say that I am not against Duke at all. I know that this is necessary. I know Morrisville is growing. I know Wake County is growing, so I'm with you guys on that. The thing that I'm sad about is that when Duke Energy came to town of Morrisville, they came with one option and no other options. It was the residents who gave you the thought that there is another possibility. So I'm a little sad to say that you guys didn't do your job right, honestly, because who comes to a town with just one option hoping that they'll approve it? I mean, it's just not how professionalism works. So, and we also, none of us are engineers, and we gave you this option, just came up and just decided that, okay, well, this could be an option. And you came back saying, okay, this is an option, but now we have a scheduling issue, which is not our problem, it's your problem. Knowing that this was a possibility to build it on the south, now we're stuck with the timeline and there's only one option left. So we're, regardless, pretty much screwed as a residents. So I want to ask the councilman that this is not going to be in our favor with all those nice things they showed us with the opaque wall and growing trees and things like that. I get it. I've seen it from my backyard, honestly. I see it every single day in the morning, and I am not happy that I decided to move to this house about 8 months ago. So not even 8 months ago. So my wife and I are just every day thinking about how shitty it's gonna look from our backyard, seeing a huge transformer every morning while we sip on a cup of tea. So I just wanna say, like, I don't know how you guys just completely missed the options that you guys had, and now we're struggling with the timeline. Even with the timeline, I asked the councilman that still take into consideration the June 1st timeline versus the South expansion timeline, because as everything goes, there could be potential delays on the construction. How confident is Duke saying that they will have to meet the deadline for June 1st to provide energy to this new client they have? What if there are delays that go over June 1st? Like, what do we do in that case? Do we have something in writing where we can say, okay, well, you promised us June 1st, and here we are in November, and you're still building on North? I mean, is that something that you can absolutely promise us? And how about like 10 years down the road, you say, let's build something on the South? What do we do in that case? So that's all I have to say for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anyone else from the audience? Please approach the microphone. Name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Anupama Reddy. I live at 120 Bayless Ridge Court, right next to Dharmesh in the cul-de-sac of Addison Park. So I also want to say I'm very disappointed that when we asked about the South option, you know, when we met with you as a friendly meeting and later on and so on, we were told that there's a technical challenge. The timing issue just didn't come up then. So I'm glad that, you know, you were able to work it out now and come back and tell us the real reason, which is the timing. And I would still challenge you, just as Councilman Garimella mentioned, that it's a 4-month difference. And maybe there's a way in which you could shorten the south expansion. That green arrow was very long, and that's because you're taking into account some kind of buffer in there. Maybe it could be shortened and made just 2 months longer or something like that. So we live in that neighborhood, and for us, it's not just a matter of months, right? We're going to live there, and we're going to keep seeing it. So I would encourage you to think about the south option, and everything that you mentioned on the north side, the wall, the holly trees, etc., that could go on the south side too, so that from the road it doesn't look that ugly. And from the road, I understand the challenges, but it's right next to the corridor where those big transmission lines are going anyway. So I don't know what people expect, of that view from the road, but people with backyards definitely want to have, a cup of tea, not looking at big transformers which are coming even closer to our house. So please consider the south option. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
My name is Punnam Kolluru. I live in 128 Bailey Ridge Court, Morrisville, North Carolina. So I was really surprised, initially they do not have any option. I'm very much disappointed with the way Duke presented today. Initially they do not have any option. They came up and they presented with one option. When most of us presented so many different options, I think some of the things I agree, whatever I might be repeating. They said there's no option. Now they came up with the option. South is not option, and giving the ultimatum to everyone. You do not have any option. Accept this. The kind of a ultimatum they are giving to all of us. It's really surprising. Now it's not technical challenge, but there are some clients all of a sudden they came in and they are signing, and now it's not possible. I'm really disappointed, and the way they have informed all of us, you all do not have any option other than accepting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else this evening? Yes, please.
Good evening. My name is Mary Ann Wilcox, and I live in 128 Hatchet Creek Court in Morrisville. So all I want to say is, I know it's expensive. I know it's going to be difficult, but please consider the south option, because I do not want that thing close to my house. Not with domestic terrorism targeting our substations. I do not want that danger close to my house. That is one of the biggest things that is bothering me at the moment, thinking and just imagining that this thing is going to be right in my backyard. And I'm going to see it every day, regardless of what you're going to build around it. I want to have a fighting chance when that thing blows up. I know people say, oh, that doesn't really happen. There's enough evidence out there that it does happen. So I just want you to really try and do the south option. I know it's expensive. I know it's going to be a little bit more planning, but we need this. And we're asking, we're begging for everybody to just consider pushing back to the south. Please. Thank you.
Was there anyone else from the audience who'd like to speak on this subject? Okay. Seeing none, is it the will of the council to close the public hearing, knowing that the public will continue to have a chance via email and reaching out this evening? So please make a motion.
Make a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
A motion and a second to close the public hearing on this item. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Do we have any further questions for staff or Duke Energy while they're here? I have a quick one for Town Attorney Gray. It has been mentioned in conversations with Duke Energy that they are aware that there has been a little bit of an issue with the maintenance along their, underneath their transmission lines, appearance-wise. Is that something that is possible to add to conditions and maybe be enforceable going forward, or is that sort of more of a gentleman's agreement to try to do a better job in the future?
I really think that's a separate issue than the rezoning. So if that's a concern, I think council can express that and convey that message to Duke. But that's really down that whole transmission corridor, which is not
really part
really
of this
before
per
you.
se.
Yes, sir.
Well, you have a verbal commitment about that, so hopefully that will be sufficient. Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson.
I think Councilmember Robati after.
I apologize, I didn't see hers first.
Do we have a verbal commitment on that from Duke about the upkeep of the area under and around the substation? You said we did, but I don't recall that.
If you'd like to go on the record, sir, about that, or make a statement.
Councilor Robati, I will be glad to follow up with our maintenance personnel. I have reached out to them already when it was expressed earlier to determine how we're proceeding. They were supposed to come out and look at the area and evaluate it and see if there was ways to improve the maintenance.
And when did you make that request?
It's been about 2 weeks ago.
I'm concerned about, you can understand that I didn't know that this was an issue, but now I'm concerned about it. So if you could keep us updated on that.
Absolutely.
If you're going to ask them to do it and they're not going to do it, that's not going to alleviate my concern about it.
Understand.
Okay, I appreciate that.
I will follow up.
Okay, thank you. And the other, I did have one more thing. No, it's gone, sorry. Thank you.
It'll come back. Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson, please.
It'll come back, because I'll trigger something. My comment relates to the conditions as they were discussed this evening. It occurred to me that we might want to explore another possible condition, and this is, I'm not requesting that to be added tonight at this minute, but could there be screening of the substation along the perimeter of the property between the adjacent properties and residents, such as the evergreens that grow to 25 feet? There is the opaque screening and proposed evergreens along the perimeter of the substation. However, another way of looking at screening is also on the property line. So I don't know if that, the cost of that, the amount of feet that would be available, because it cannot be screened every single, side of the property because of the access to the power lines and so forth like that. It would be analogous to what the green plantings are today with the opaque fence, I guess, that area for consideration. So I see the substation as a box, and I see the two portions of opaque fence as two sides of the box. So I guess if instead of having the green plantings immediately adjacent to the opaque fence, if it was like this as a possible option. Again, that is a larger, longer distance, so there has to be some review and consideration, but just looking at that to help with screening might be feasible in some way. I don't know, it's just an idea, just because of the visual screening. Thank you.
Me and then Councilmember Garamella, just to sort of to add to that, One of your slides really concerned me, the northern rendering, which showed the fence and then the 8-foot and then the larger. It seemed like we lost all of that 80-foot buffer that's currently existing. There was just a couple of trees. So I just want to make sure that the expectation is that most of that 80-foot buffer between the northern, and that will stay, and perhaps will be augmented somewhat in the way that she's indicating. Okay. The rendering looked really bare, was my concern, so. Yeah. And none of that would be cleared, so.
Can we have that as a condition in there so that it's solidified, or is it part of the UDO?
Is that part of the sketch plan?
Part of the UDO.
Susie, can you get people?
Okay.
Susie, can you get people up to the podium, please?
That 80-foot buffer is a buffer that is required. So they are meeting that UDO requirement, and it's shown on the sketch plan. So they are meeting it. It will not be removed.
Thank you. That answers my question. You had a question, sir?
Yeah, more than that, I want to thank Attorney Gray and our counsel, because I wanted to hear regarding these two, and our public hearing is such that when they speak one, they do not get a chance to speak again. But I think, considering the new changes, I wanted before closing the public hearing that, people had their voice to talk about it.
Okay. Thank you. And everyone who wanted a chance has had a chance. So Councilmember Rabadi, will come back to you.
I did. I remembered. The second she started talking, I remembered. When I looked, somebody said it, and I hadn't really thought about it this way, but the difference is the scheduling now. There's no technical issue with the south option. The difference is the schedule. So given that, I thought I remembered that staff had indicated that the permitting timeline could be shortened. Has that been, if we did the south option, has that been taken into account in the timeline of the south option?
I think what you're referring to is, would it need to go back to planning board and then back to you all? And that was determined that the moving the substation to the south would not need to go back through planning board. But whether or not other permitting that is not with us, if they run into something different, it just doesn't need to go back to planning board for planning.
Right. I guess my question is that the amount of time shown for the two timelines, the north and the south permitting time, was the same. And I'm saying that it seems like if it doesn't have to go back through the zoning board, back through the council, that could be considerably shortened.
Just from a permitting standpoint with the town, we're going to be expediting whatever application comes forward to us, because we know we need to work with Duke Energy to provide capacity to Morrisville. There is a riparian buffer that goes through the property, and I might actually ask Ben Mills to come up, because as I was listening to Duke's presentation, I heard something about the southern option and that riparian buffer and the permitting that would be associated with that. And I don't.
And while Ben's coming up, to more directly answer your question, yes, staff and I discussed how we could expedite on our side. We shared that information with Duke Energy. They did incorporate that information into what they presented to you tonight.
Okay, thank you.
And Morrisville can permit any buffer disturbance in-house. We're delegated from the state to do that.
You may want Nuwan to come up and talk about what that line meant for them for permitting as well, because I think you had other state requirements and whatnot, so.
Yeah, so we have permits that are required through the town. We also have state permit requirements through DEQ, fire.
Okay, so you're saying that you have factored in all the expediting that would be done through the town of Morrisville is already factored into the 2 timelines that you showed us?
Yes, we factored that in. In fact, we've been having discussions yesterday even, try to move ahead, figuring out specifics on.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Fender, please.
So maybe I missed it, but why is the timeline for the permit approvals 1 month longer for the south option?
We had to factor in the time it would take for that potential buffer authorization that I mentioned, and has referred to, that we would not otherwise need.
It's for the potential.
In addition, we won't really know till we start really investigating that location, what the ground looks like out there, because we have not done geotech.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Are there any other questions on this subject? Okay, we have, I'd like to recognize Town Manager Page.
Are you you have a motion on the floor that has not been voted on?
Yeah,
We
for
closed
closing the
public hearing. Did we not vote on that?
We
Yeah, we
voted on
did.
it.
I'd like to,
Oh,
No, we did.
yeah, we did.
There was a vote? I missed it, I'm sorry.
I appreciate you making sure we cross our Ts. That's good.
We did.
Okay, so if I could summarize, looks like we're done with the discussion for tonight. We have closed the public hearing. We will welcome more public input, but the expectation at this point is that our action will be on March 14th, so it's no longer TBD. So we're looking to make that happen in order to begin the process to actually meet the needs for the energy for the town. So with that, would like to thank the residents for all their engagement, their continued engagement. We look forward to the partnership with Duke because we do need to partner with you to provide this really important utility for our residents and our businesses. And I think that concludes this issue for tonight. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. At this time, we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Yeah, we are.
And we'll reconvene at 9 p.m. So thank you all.
Yeah, 3.5, at least. Golden Girls on tonight and go home. It's 9 o'clock.
Fan base has shrunk.
That's understandable.
Everybody down to my right ready?
Yes.
Everybody good? Okay. Town Manager Page? Eric, ready? Okay. It is 9 p.m. We're reconvening. We're at item 12, new items. There are 3 new items on this evening's agenda. A resolution adopting ADA transition plan for pedestrian facilities within the public right-of-way, a stormwater control measure agreement, and the Town Code of Ordinances update. Jeffrey P. Brown, Public Works Director, will facilitate the first item. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. It's an honor to be here tonight. Tonight's presentation is going to be on the ADA transition plan for facilities within the public right-of-way. Under Title II of the American Disabilities Act, public entities over 50 employees are required to perform an accessibility self-evaluation and develop a transition plan. The goal of the ADA transition plan is to evaluate accessibility for people with disabilities and to develop plans and procedures to enhance that accessibility. Phase one of what the town decided to do was to assess pedestrian facilities within the town's right-of-way. Approximately 110 miles of sidewalk was evaluated, and I think it's important to note that that's 110 miles of sidewalk within town streets as well as DOT right-of-way, because we are responsible for maintaining the sidewalk within the DOT right-of-way. So actions taken to date, back in June of 2022, the town contracted with Precision Infrastructure Management, PIM, to complete the right-of-way assessment. In September, Council adopted ADA policy statement via Resolution 2022-3380, and that identified our ADA coordinator as well as defined the town's commitment to persons with disabilities. As part of that process, we also opened a community survey. It was available for the month of September of 2022, and that survey was to gather comments from the public regarding accessibility for the town. And also in September, the field assessment for the right-of-way was actually completed. And at this point in time, we are going to be turning the presentation over to Charlie Zold with Precision Infrastructure Management. Charlie will review the components of the ADA plan and give you a summary of the accessibility results that he was able to determine. Charlie.
Mayor, members of council, I was assured that I'd have a bigger audience. I thought that they were here for me. I guess not. So yeah, as Jeffrey mentioned, we started this process last year as part of an ADA transition plan. There are a few steps that you should take. Identifying an ADA coordinator, which was done, a position statement, which was passed, as well as setting a grievance procedure, which is a method for people in the community to lodge complaints or raise issues about accessibility in the town. Having a public feedback mechanism, which we did with a survey, and also, Mayor, as you mentioned before, it's an ongoing process. We're always allowing or encouraging more feedback from the town, from the community. And then performing a self-evaluation of the pedestrian infrastructure in the right-of-way. And then finally, making a schedule and plan for remediation of any issues that you do find during that self-assessment. Now I'll go through some of what we found in the assessment. So for the self-evaluation or assessment, we were looking at 5 broad categories of potential deficiencies on the sidewalk. We were looking at curb ramps. We were looking at right-of-way obstructions. These are areas that where in a sidewalk there would be an obstruction preventing someone from moving through. We were looking for a sidewalk where the width was under 4 feet, which would be less than as suggested by ProWAG, which is a national guideline. We were looking for areas with extreme cross slope. So if you can envision the parallel pathway to travel, the cross slope is the perpendicular to when you're traveling. And then we were looking finally for sidewalk trip hazards or vertical height displacements. These are areas on the sidewalk where 2 of the panels are no longer flush with one another. And due to tree root, sediment settling, anything, frost damage, any number of reasons that could create a trip hazard. What we found, Yep.
Would you rather go through the entire thing or address questions as we go?
Questions is great.
Councilmember Caramella.
I just wanted to ask about this vertical height displacement. You gave a number of 7,714. What is the criteria? Is it like half inch, 1 inch?
Quarter inch.
Quarter inch?
Yeah, a quarter inch, according to the ADA, anything over a quarter inch is a deficiency.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quarter inch is very small. You'll be surprised if you're walking on a sidewalk, anything that catches your foot even a little bit would be about a quarter inch. So you find plenty of them. So deficiencies that we found 23 areas in the city where there are, in the town where there were no curb ramps. We found about 1,700 curb ramps that had one deficiency or another. We found 660 obstructions, 13 areas with extreme cross-slope issues, 288 areas with just needing to be demolished and replaced entirely, and then 7,700 areas where we found these vertical height displacements. So on average, this is about 10% lower than peer towns and cities in the area, meaning that Morrisville's sidewalks are in relatively good condition compared to peer cities and towns. The number of sidewalk deficiencies, so taking out curb ramps, was 23% lower than average. So there were 23% lower than average demolition replacement areas and vertical height displacement issues in the So as mentioned, we did find 7,714 vertical height displacements along the 110 miles, 288 locations that required demolition replacement. So the vertical height displacements, that refers to, as mentioned earlier, areas where you have two sidewalk panels that are no longer flush with one another. The demolition replacement areas, those are areas where the sidewalk is so degraded that there's really no issue. There's no alternative maintenance strategy to address it. You simply need to remove the concrete and re-pour new concrete. Excessive cracking, spalling, which is when the top of the sidewalk starts to disintegrate, extreme cross slope issues, running slope issues, age, sediment issues, areas where you just need to start over. Curb ramps were assessed based off of absence of curb ramps. So did you have a curb ramp where you needed one? Do you have detectable warning mats or truncated domes? The running slope compliant? Is the cross slope compliant? With 4x4 landing area, ponding at the bottom of a curb ramp, which means does water collect at the bottom of the curb ramp, which would cause an accessibility issue after a rainstorm? And is there a flush transition at the bottom of the curb ramp, meaning is there a trip hazard there? And then finally, just generally degraded or inaccessible, similar to the demolition and replacement category from sidewalk trip hazards, just ramps that are past their prime and need to be replaced entirely. So again, comparing deficient to non-deficient curb ramps, Morrisville had 11% lower than peer municipalities. On average, you only had one curb ramp missing per 5 miles of sidewalk. And then you had 129 curb ramps that are just missing detectable warning mats, but are otherwise compliant, meaning that there is an alternative maintenance strategy to get them up to code. Simply putting down a warning mat would do the trick. So I always like to mention this. A lot of the data that we bring is often disappointing because curb ramps have been built for years and the codes have changed over the years. But I do want to stress that Morrisville has relatively good infrastructure, pedestrian infrastructure. And not all of these ramps, just because they're deficient, doesn't mean that they're necessarily a danger at this moment. Running slope, instead of being 8.3% like it's supposed to, is 8.5%. So all intents and purposes, it's still a functional ramp, it's just not compliant. So when you do get around to replacing it, it would be in category 4 replacement. A picture here so you can see, so this curb ramp is non-compliant. It's missing detectable warnings. The truncated domes, those are the sort of half dome raised bumps that you would run your feet over as you're going over a curb ramp. So this curb ramp here doesn't have that. And while it's hard to tell from the picture, it probably has both running slope and cross slope issues, meaning that the running slope, which is the parallel direction to travel, is probably too steep, and then the cross slope, which means the way into the ramp, is also too steep. So both of those could cause issues for someone who is in a wheelchair. Yep.
Why do you have that thing you were talking about? That what is
the truncated domes?
Yeah.
It's meant as a warning for people with low sight. So as they're about to go off into a roadway, it's a way for them to know that they're about to exit a safe pedestrian area and go into an unsafe roadway. Nope. Yeah. It's a way so that they know where they are.
Last thing, this ADA, you did assessment only town property, but the reason I'm asking is all the HOAs with their private properties or this one, they also have to be compliant with the same rules, right?
They would, yes. It wouldn't be town of Morrisville's
it's
jurisdiction,
everything.
but yeah, the rules are the same. The regulations apply to them as well. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have a question.
Councilman Fender.
So where were the 110 miles of sidewalk?
Throughout the town. We have it mapped out. I'm sure that Jeffrey here could provide you with a map if you wanted.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing exactly where those are.
We found them. We found them all.
Because how many miles of roads do we have?
the town has about 55 miles of streets, but keep in mind that, some streets have sidewalk down both sides, and then we're also responsible for maintaining the sidewalk within the DOT right-of-way. So any DOT right-of-way, most of the time, would have sidewalks on each side, so we're responsible for that, maintenance of that sidewalk as well.
So 55 miles of town streets and DOT streets are in addition?
That is correct, for just sidewalk only, not maintenance of state-maintained roads. State maintains their roads, but per our agreement, we have to maintain the sidewalk within the municipality. It's the town's responsibility.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Other things we were looking for, obstructions or narrow sidewalk deficiencies. So we actually found no sidewalk in the town that was under 4 feet, which again is pretty remarkable. We typically find at least a few instances where the sidewalk is under 4 feet, so that's great. We did find 660 obstructions. Again, these are areas within the sidewalk where there's something creating that sidewalk, or preventing that sidewalk from being that full 4 feet wide. So you can think of telephone poles, fire hydrants, guy wires coming from telephone poles, mailboxes, any number of things that are abutting into that sidewalk that are preventing, that's narrowing it beyond the 4 feet. So of those 660 obstructions, we found 620 vegetative obstructions. This is exactly what it sounds like. We're talking trees, shrubs, bushes, anything vegetative. 24 ground obstructions. This would be fire hydrants, telephone poles, signposts, things like that. And then 16 vertical obstructions. Vertical obstructions would more likely than not be a sign or a signpost or something that is under, I think it's 6.6 in height. And this is an obstacle for, again, people with low sight who might walk into the sign and injure themselves. So we found 16 instances where that was an issue. Pictures here. So you can see that vegetative obstructions are very easily mitigated. So this is something that the town can take action on very quickly to mitigate. You can see this shrub here on the left of the picture. It just has grown into the sidewalk, so either the town can take care of it or they can request that the homeowner or business owner take care of it. The sign in the middle, you can see that's one of those vertical obstructions I'm talking about, where you can see if someone's hard of not able to see very well, you might accidentally walk into that sign or injure themselves. And then on the right here, you can see where someone decided that they wanted to put all their pots in the curb ramp, which is not compliant. So a simple notice phone call would probably mitigate that issue. Cross slope deficiencies, as you can see here, again, we're talking about perpendicular to the route of travel. This can cause an issue because, as you can see, if you were in a wheelchair or even just have difficulty walking, this slope could cause you to pitch towards the left and eventually off the sidewalk. Just as frequently, or actually more frequently really, you see it slope the other direction into the road, so that someone with a wheelchair might accidentally be directed into the road. So that's what we were looking for. We were looking for extreme issues, extreme cross slope issues. And we found 13 such issues across the 110 miles of sidewalk assessed. So back to trip hazards, because this is the #1 deficiency class, as you can see. 8,000 total were identified. Of those, I think it was 7,700 were vertical height displacements that can be mitigated with alternative maintenance activities. And then about 300 or so just need to be demolished and replaced entirely. This makes up the largest class of deficiency and often is the focus of mitigation efforts. So one thing to stress about what an ADA transition plan is, as corny or cliche as it might be, it's a journey, it's not a destination. This is the start of the process. You have the ADA transition plan. That means you've started the process, you've done a few of the steps to begin it. Now becomes the process of mitigating what you found and also continuing to do self-assessments and self-evaluations on more areas of Morrisville town property. So town facilities, procedures, services that are offered, all of these things are that at some point the town of Morrisville should consider self-evaluation on. Another part of the transition plan is the scheduled ongoing mitigation, which I know Jeffrey will get into, and a general continued commitment to the ADA and what it stands for. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jeffrey for the final few slides.
So as Charlie indicated, it is a journey, but I want to let you know our journey is underway. We improve curb ramps as part of our annual resurfacing contract. So when we go to a street that has a curb ramp that's not in compliance, we will replace that curb ramp during that time. And also, curb ramps are looked at and evaluated as part of the development and redevelopment projects. So if you have a project that is being redeveloped or a parcel that's vacant that's being developed, if there's a curb ramp that's not compliant, then we require that development to address those curb ramps and bring them into compliance as part of that project. You know, over 600 trip hazards have been corrected since 2021. And that goes to what Charlie had mentioned, talking about the vertical displacement. So 2 sidewalk panels not lining up. And a lot of times, if it's not extreme, you can go in and grind that where they come together and make them flush. So you don't have to actually replace the sidewalk. So that is one corrective action that we are moving forward with. Obviously, broken sidewalk panels that are being replaced. And then also, we've collected as part of this process a GIS database. So, you know, we have those things, deficiencies that have been referenced GIS that we're using that to kind of build and plan our, far as a plan of attack, so to speak. The next steps, again, we're going to use the deficiencies that were noted to develop a right-of-way plan. And part of that is to prioritize deficiencies to address first. One of the things that we see as a priority is if there are no curb ramps, those are areas that we want to address pretty quickly. We also understand that this is going to be a long process. It's going to take time. It's going to take funding. So we'll be, as part of our annual budget, we'll be programming funds in there on an annual basis to address these right-of-way deficiencies that have been identified in this assessment. And also, next step is, you know, we want to look at our town facilities next, our buildings and our parks, to, you know, as far as our next phase. But, you know, our first priority now is to get some of the deficiencies that are corrected, get them corrected that have been identified. So we wanted to move forward next fiscal year in FY24 to go ahead and devise that plan and start addressing those deficiencies, and then maybe in FY25 come back and do an assessment of our facilities. So at this point in time, that concludes our presentation, and Charlie and I will answer any questions that council may have regarding the plan or the assessment that's been completed.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, please.
So I appreciate you both saying this is a journey, because obviously over time, other tree roots will upend sidewalks, so this is going to be a constant process. But based on what you've identified today, how long is this going to take to get through this list, prioritizing, you know, the curb ramps and moving on from there?
To complete all the deficiencies?
Yeah.
Well, one thing I want to point out from the ADA, it requires us to do an accessibility assessment and to develop a plan. Thankfully, there is no timeline associated with as far as correcting your deficiencies. But, you know, obviously, we are going to work diligently to address them as funding allows. But, you know, keep in mind that, you know, there are quite a few, and it's going to take, you know, time and funding to address. So that's one of the things we want to develop a prioritized list of what we feel like are the most critical needs for the community and address those first. But, you know, like Charlie said earlier, some of these things can be addressed in our day-to-day work plan. You know, as far as trimming vegetation and things of that nature, we can handle internally. You know, the costly items is replacing curb ramps, and if you got sidewalk panels that need to be replaced, and that's when costs start to escalate up.
Okay, thank you. And then just a second question. I'm glad the assessment of town buildings is kind of next on your radar. When is that going to start? Do you have a time frame for that yet?
Well, we're certainly not going to start it for FY24, but, you know, we want to take the next year to really focus in on trying to get some of these deficiencies corrected that have been identified. And then hopefully in FY25 is when we would come back and ask for funds to have that complete as far as an assessment of our facilities.
Okay, and is that, so yeah, that clarified. Then is it town buildings or all facilities? Because when I hear the word facility, I think of even parks and.
It's town facilities, which includes buildings and parks. So you just want to make sure that, your parks have the accessible routes that people can traverse from the parking lot to the amenities, and that they have the same ability to enjoy those as well.
Okay, great work. Thank you both.
Councilmember Garamella, please.
Hey, Jeff, can you go back to that assessment, like that one page which had all the assessment, like in how many? Slide that mentioned 700.
This one or another one?
So first, excellent presentation, and my question is, what is your criteria in picking are more important? Do you have like a scoring system? I'm just asking because all of these are important. You have already identified it. So how do people, or it's basically, my question is more about how do you say which one goes first, which one goes later? So do you have any criteria in that?
Well, that's what I stated earlier. We're in the process of developing that plan, and so we're going to factor that into what we feel like are most critical. Obviously, one of the things that you look at is, where are there no curb ramps? And is that in a populated area where people can't traverse certain areas? So also you want to look at your smart shuttle nodes. Are they any deficiencies that are preventing people from accessing those? Then you look at your population, and as far as, where's the most concentrated areas of deficiencies at? Because when you start looking across the town, when you start talking about vertical displacements, they're all across town, so we can't feasibly have a contractor come in and, just run from one section of town to the other. So we've got to develop it in a quadrant type system and address, okay, where are our most concentrated areas? Let's start there and then work our way out. So.
And I totally agree, because I think we have the cycle of prioritization, like whatever the scoring card, and I'm assuming you guys will develop the same thing here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, that's all.
Any other questions for these gentlemen? Okay, thanks for bringing this forth. Thanks for all the hard work, and I know that a lot of the hard work is ahead of you.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for your support.
Okay, you got it. Thanks, Charlie. At this time, Mark Spagnoli, our Director of Engineering, will present the next item.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Good to see you again this evening. Mark Spagnoli, Director of Engineering. We have a presentation this evening with a brief on the stormwater control measure agreement. This is related to our Harris Mill property where the fire station number 3 is being developed. Tonight really is just a brief and follow-up from a meeting we had in September of last year. It was related to the fire station number 3 parcel. We did a overview of some of the things that were happening with some potential development opportunities there, and also the development of the neighboring property at 1011 Harris Mill Road. So just a recap from September of last year, and just to orient everybody on the map, this is our property off of Harris Mill Road. The fire station is shaded in blue, that's under construction, and by the way, we are trending for completion in the summer in June, July, just like we had planned, so that's going very well. Just to the south of the fire station is the proposed dance studio development. They are currently in the site plan and construction plan approval process. We have a shared drive that would work for the two properties. And at the bottom left-hand corner of the drawing is the proposed pond that we discussed briefly. So that, just to go over some of the bullet points, this would be like a shared pond development. So the dance studio property would develop the stormwater control measure overlapping their property and our property, and we would have the opportunity on future development to tie into that as well. So that would give us a benefit of picking up that without us having to develop our own SCM. And if you may recall, you were generally amenable to the idea of entering into some kind of agreement to move forward with this. So this is where we are today on that. And just to go over some of the highlighted points that we talked about last September, we have an agreement already executed for some of the shared costs. For example, the driveway is a shared driveway between the two properties. Once they start their development of their property, their shared cost is about $140,000. They will reimburse the town because we're already in the process of developing that shared driveway. Like I said earlier, the proposed pond does include capacity to allow for us, when we do future development, to tie into it. And in fact, some of the things that we're requiring in their current design is that it already has some of the infrastructure and piping that would allow us just to tie right into the new pond when we develop our parcel. Just for generalities, the land area of about 0.35 acres has about an approximate value of $114,000. If we were to develop our own SEM, it would cost us about $50,000 to do that. And the irregular shape of that narrow sliver of land towards the southern part of our property kind of makes it difficult for a lot of development options. So it's not the best place to put something in terms of a building or extra space of that nature. So staff is recommending approval and execution of the agreement between Guru Krupa Properties and the town of Morrisville. So we'll be bringing that back at the next meeting for action. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, we had lots of discussions about that in the past, so I think we're all just waiting to execute that one. So thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay. Sorry?
Do you have to vote on this?
We're planning on doing that in 2 weeks. So as always, we welcome any public input in the meantime.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Have a good evening.
Brandon Zudema, Deputy Town Manager, will present the final item.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Good to see you to do this next round of this one. I thought last time went okay, but it's just challenging to not see who you're talking to and not to be able to get some of that. So I expect we'll do well tonight, I hope. We're here back tonight to sort of follow up on the original discussion about revisions or updates to the town's code of ordinances. Just as a quick reminder for you, what this process has been, of course, primarily is to ensure the content is current and reflects our town practice and policy. Also identifying any missing content, any unneeded or outdated content, checking all references to the North Carolina General Statute to make sure they were still accurate. We also ensured references to other chapters within the ordinances and to our UDO were accurate. We made any necessary edits. There was just some small clarifications. We did update the entire set of ordinances to use inclusive language rather than anything that might have been exclusive. We still had terminology like vagrant and I think habitat or inhabitant, some different terminology that is not current or inclusive. And then lastly, just consistent formatting so that the ordinance all start, if one starts with a number and then a letter and then a number, they all start that same way just for clarity. So that's just a review of sort of what we went through to get to this process. And again, the we is a lot of our staff have contributed to this, spent a lot of time doing review. I also want to thank Frank for doing a lot of work to review this with us as well. So with that, after we spoke last time, I felt there were several areas that we needed to come back to you and to give you some additional information and perhaps some recommendations. So I'm going to walk through those now and just do one ordinance at a time. So some of the first questions you had were in regards to smoking and vaping. As a reminder, our current ordinance does prohibit smoking in our facilities and town vehicles and in our parks. It does not prohibit specifically tobacco use and does not address vaping. And it also had some language that was no longer consistent with either the North Carolina General Statute or with some of what Wake County has recently adopted. And we've heard from you when you saw that come through that you were interested in that. So that led us to want to make sure that we're lined up with that. So we have some recommended updates in that regard. One is aligning with recent Wake County updates, including a prohibition on vaping in our parks and other town facilities. The one area where we have not yet chosen to follow Wake County is they have restricted smoking in public places in all unincorporated areas of the county. I've been speaking with Wake County staff. No municipality in Wake County has yet adopted that level of detail in terms of prohibiting smoking in public places within any of the municipalities. And I'll show you a chart in just a moment that'll reflect that as well. We're also recommending that we prohibit tobacco use in addition to just smoking, and that we also include vaping in our prohibition, and increasing our fine for violating the ordinance from 25 to 50, in part to increase the fine, but in part to be more consistent with other fines that you'll see across the ordinances. So this is the chart. This was provided within the last 10 days by Wake County, giving me an update. You've seen this in the past when Wake County's information was shared. So this gives you an idea of who is going tobacco-free, who is going smoke-free, and if somebody has no regulation around a certain category. So you will see that it goes from everybody. So Rolesville has, as an example, all of their boxes checked for 100% tobacco-free, again, with the exception of public places, and others don't have as many boxes checked. So right now we are orange, which means a smoke-free policy in buildings and vehicles. We are recommending to moving to where we would be purple for tobacco-free, not just smoking, but also tobacco products and vaping. And then we are also would be picking up, and actually I think ours is inaccurate. It should be smoke-free for government grounds as it relates to parks. So I apologize, that's the next column. Government-owned parks were already purple. Recreation areas were already purple according to the chart. So we would be changing to purple across the board in terms of a tobacco-free policy with the exception of public places and government grounds. We currently prohibit in our buildings and in our vehicles, but not if you were to stand outside in the parking lot.
So just to be clear, which is more restrictive?
So, sorry, tobacco-free is more restrictive because smoking basically just speaks to smoking either a cigarette or a cigar. Tobacco-free includes any tobacco use. It also includes vaping as we've defined the terminology. So the purple is the desired state where you would be tobacco-free across the board. And so for us, if you adopt the recommendations, that are made here, that would put us purple in the 4 primary categories of government buildings, government vehicles, government-owned parks, and recreation areas. Again, we would not address yet public places. Those are typically privately owned public places. And then we would not specifically address government grounds. But as you can see, there are only a couple of municipalities currently do address that.
And what would be government grounds, for example, and what are the pros and cons of implementing that?
Our parking lot would be government grounds. So you would be, so right now we just talk about inside our facilities. So that would relate primarily to government facilities for the property, not the building property, but the property outside of it. So you would theoretically say that you couldn't step outside of a fire station and smoke in the parking lot. You couldn't step outside of Cedar Fork and smoke on the property. You couldn't step outside of MASC and smoke on the property. Right now we say you can't smoke inside. If you were to do government grounds, that would exclude any tobacco use on any of our grounds, period.
Is it the staff's recommendation to not implement that for
Not
some
right
reason?
now, no.
Because?
We are focusing on the areas that we have used and focusing on the areas that we see that our peer communities are working on. We do still have some staff that smoke, so we certainly prohibit them from doing that in the building, but we have not prohibited them from necessarily doing it outside the building on the property.
Thank you. I'm not sure who was first. I was looking the other way. Councilmember Fender, followed by Councilmember Garamella.
So I feel really stupid asking this question, but I thought smoking was already banned from public property. But is it just restaurants and bars?
No, so right now, smoking is prohibited in the 4 categories of our government buildings. You can't smoke inside a building, you can't smoke inside a vehicle, you can't smoke in a park or a recreation area. We would be adding that you can't vape or use a tobacco product.
I'm talking about this column here.
Far right.
That nobody.
Government grounds.
No, the public places.
Public places. So that's where Wake County recently amended their ordinances to prohibit smoking in public places.
Yeah, I thought we already had that.
No, because that basically says that in the unincorporated portions of Wake County, that you can't smoke in a restaurant, you can't smoke in other places like that, any place that would be considered open to the public.
I thought we already had that at a state level.
You
It's already prohibited at the state level.
Well, you can still smoke outside a restaurant.
There's a lot of
Oh,
repetition.
but this says public places. Does that include public buildings? I'm just surprised that none of these municipalities or Wake County are banning. Is this just outside or is it within buildings?
It's within buildings is what Wake County has done.
I thought it was already banned at the state level.
I would have to research that. I haven't been
That's
aware of
why
that, but
I'm-
I can look into that for you.
I mean, we don't, or maybe it's at the state level for only restaurants.
In North Carolina, enclosed areas of all bars and restaurants.
Yeah, that's what I just,
So this is any, what Wake County has adopted is any structure, any place open to the public.
Where they have authority, which is only unincorporated areas.
Correct.
They can't affect us unless we buy in.
Correct. And as of last week, no municipality has done that. Several are working on other ordinance amendments related to what we're discussing. Fuquay is the one that was brought to my attention, that they're looking at going from yellow to purple, sort of similar to what we're doing. They're a little, I guess technically, if you want to say it, behind us in the sense that they still allow tobacco products. They don't allow smoking, but allow tobacco products sort of in all of those four categories. We're a little ahead of that curve, but yeah, no one in the county, municipality-wise, and none of the 12 have adopted the public places restriction.
it's another question, just confirming tobacco-free includes vaping.
Correct. Particularly the way we're doing, the definitions are in the ordinance that's proposed, is to define that as a component of smoking. So we are essentially outlawing tobacco use, so you couldn't chew or do something else. You can't vape, and you can't smoke a cigar or a cigarette.
Councilmember Garamella, please.
So my question is, if you're banning all these things, are there designated places? Otherwise, people will still continue to do what they're doing in spite of we changing the ordinance, because the chance of citation and all that is pretty rare.
So we have had some conversations with other municipalities and other groups. We don't support a smoking area per se. We support, we'll be increasing signage. For example, particularly Church Street Park is one area where we have that issue and where I think you tend to see some of the butts. So we will be enhancing our signage there. We'll particularly be focusing on that when we do some of the larger events that are open to the public, whether that be cricket matches or, whether it might be a Batukama event or some other events that occur there, with making sure that we're first focusing on education, and then when necessary, once that sort of warning period's there, after that, enforcement would be an option.
And are you putting this in your special use permits? Because if they're using town grounds.
Special event permits?
Yeah, special event.
Yes, this would apply as part of a special event permit, that they would not be able to smoke.
Checkbox, because, so that they know. That,
Correct. Yeah, that's another way to educate, is through any rentals or other uses, absolutely.
Any other questions on this item, sir?
Okay. Thank you. The next item, we had some questions about park use by organized groups in Chapter 38. So again, as a reminder, our current ordinance requires a group of 20 or more to obtain a permit for organized activities. But what we have seen recently is that we are seeing excessive use of the fields where it's negatively impacting field conditions, both short-term in terms of has to be closed and repaired, but also long-term where the fields need to rest from time to time. And so it's understandably perhaps frustrating to the community that they don't understand that, to show up, see no one on it, and be told you can't use it. But we need to preserve the quality of the fields that we have, and part of that is rest. So we are seeing more use with different groups. We're seeing that with, there's been an organized group of volleyball players that have come in at Morrisville Community Park and set up anywhere from 8 to 10 to 12 nets. And so they would actually fall under the current restriction because there's more than 20 of them. But even smaller groups that do things routinely in the same area can cause some of that same damage. And so we're not trying to stop the use of the parks. We're trying to better control it and track it so that we can move people around within the park, but we can also ensure that when that rest needs to happen, that it's happening. So our recommendation is that any organized group, regardless of number, would rent the field to ensure accurate tracking of field use, to ensure resting of fields, and to generate potential revenue for the town. One of the things we've been looking at is balancing how we use the parks, but also how do we recover some of our expenses in the parks. And so this would be to largely protect, that group use that could do the damage, but also to make sure that there is potentially some revenue to account towards the cost of that field use. And importantly, I want to emphasize this does not impact individuals, small groups, or families being able to use our parks for non-organized activities. This is really aimed at the groups that plan things ahead, schedule things, expect to show up and use it. Again, we've had some volleyball like that. We have some space over at Crabtree Creek Nature Park where there's cricket practices that occur on the field there. And it's, people race to get there every Sunday morning because they want to be first so they can use it. So it's also about making sure that we're sharing use of our parks for some of those groups rather than the big group gets there and others can't use it and those sort of things, while also protecting the ability for a neighborhood group, a family to show up for a picnic or, just a game of kickball perhaps, if that's what they're doing, and they're just doing it the one time as a recreational activity. And let me give you some additional information to help with that. The current rate for a field rental within a Morrisville park is $43 an hour for residents, $54 an hour for non-residents. A field rental could be done with as little as 24 hours notice for that rental. Again, we prefer more time than that, but we also appreciate that if we're going to take this approach, we need to be pretty flexible to allow people to schedule something, last minute when use of the field is appropriate. So we could turn that around in as little as 24 hours to get the approval done. And again, this would only apply to organized activities, excludes family and other one-time use. And I'm going to give you some examples on the next slide. Rentals also, as I mentioned, ensure shared use of the facilities versus whoever's there first gets it all the time. And how we approach the field rental would be very similar to how we approach shelter rentals for people using those in the parks. So this is the draft language that we are proposing. No person, group of persons, organization, or team shall use a town greenway, park space, or facility for any organized event without first obtaining the proper town facility rental authorization and or applicable permits. Depending on the scope of the event, it might require a special event permit or something else, but that there would be a rental for any organized event. We offer a definition of what organized event is, and that's commercial activity, a concert, entertainment event, fundraising event, game, meeting, practice, or other planned gathering, whether private or open to the public. But then number 2 is language we did not have in there last time. An organized event does not include one-time use by a family or group of persons known to one another, not exceeding 20 persons, gathering for a recreational or social purpose, including but not limited to a picnic, informal sport play, just showed up to have fun, or other non-intrusive, not damage-causing use of the park open space. And then a reminder there that if someone shows up for a one-time use and there's already a reservation, they would have to come back another time because the reservation would be honored for that space first. And then lastly on that draft language is just clarification that if you're attending a town event, you don't need to get any sort of permit or a rental. So a couple examples, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Rabati, followed by Councilmember Garamilla.
Would it be okay if I just address real quick these? It might help with the questions, and
Understood.
I'm happy to come to the questions. Okay. This is the last slide on our feet slide for this issue. So some examples, an organized sports league play or a practice would require a rental. Recurring cricket practices, again, primarily over at Crabtree Creek Nature Park, would require a rental. And a family or a neighborhood event, if it was more than 20 people, under this language, would require a rental. Uses that don't require a rental and assumes less than 20, family picnic, neighborhood kickball game. One time they just got together because they knew it was going to be a nice day, not a recurring every Sunday kind of thing. And a group of youth that come out to, throw a disc around, they come out to kick a soccer ball around, they come around to throw a football. We're not trying to prohibit that or ask for a rental for that sort of activity. So now I'm happy to answer. Thank you for the opportunity to address that, and I'm happy to take questions.
Councilmember Rabati, followed by Councilmember Garamella, please.
Yeah, two things. I wondered when we need to rest in the field. Do we put up signage or anything like that?
No, we're going to do that
Okay.
now. We have not always done that. We have done signage primarily related to like pesticide use, but we're trying to improve that signage as well because, quite honestly, people ignore it. I have pictures of people standing behind the sign that says "Don't use field pesticide," and they're behind it using the field. So yeah, we want to try to protect them, but we can take a similar approach with the fields resting and some explanation. Probably a QR code to click on if you have questions, and we can post that information on the website as to, okay, this field is being rested. Here's why: because we want to maintain its quality of play, we want to maintain its appearance, and that sort of thing.
Also ignored that signage and put
You are
some
correct.
type of enforcement measure, or not enforcement necessarily, but like come up with a contingency plan for when that is absolutely going to be ignored.
Yeah, so if I could, sorry to interrupt you, but one of the things we are doing is Parks and Rec is working with a duty officer position, just part-time staff right now. And so part of what their responsibility is, or will be as we get it kicked off better, is to spend some time, particularly evenings and weekends, just going through the parks. And whether that's to check on a shelter rental and make sure they have everything they need, or to observe some of these larger groups, to talk to them, to educate them, of course, first and foremost, about what the rules are and how they can use the field if it's an organized activity. So we will be working towards that as well.
And then the other thing was, is there a schedule either online or something that could be posted at the field to indicate when there are shelters, so that when conflicts come up, there's something that people can refer to?
Yes, we do not have that right now, but would like to tie that to the dashboard for the town. So we have, I believe, we need to figure out how to make some of those connections. Because, for example, Parks and Rec uses ActiveNet software to make a lot of those reservations. So we just need to work with IT on how to feed that to the portal or to the dashboard to have it show that, it's not available right now. And I believe that over time we can do that both with shelters and fields.
QR code could take you to the page where QR code could take you to the reservations page.
Yep.
And then if someone was already in the shelter when you got there for your reservation,
Yes.
Councilmember Garamella, please.
Yeah, just to piggyback, I had the same questions. What are the other towns doing in regards to resting the fields? I'm a little, I can understand this cricket pitch, but a federal ground, where it should be open 5 days for people to play, that you're restricting.
So I think different municipalities are taking different approaches. One of the things to keep in mind where we're a little different is that several of our more popular parks are in floodway or in flood areas. So, we struggle with that as well, because once that gets wet, it needs to get dry before it gets played on, because it's potentially going to get damaged. And I'm going to let, if I start saying something wrong, I'm going to lean back here towards Jeffrey. But so it is about trying to control for that. And it's also about, again, I agree with you. We want the fields to be available, but it's not practical to say they're available 7 days a week, 365, because you do have to rest them to maintain them. We've had some conversations about other approaches to that, things like AstroTurf, things like doing drainage, different drainage underneath, but that all gets very expensive very quickly. And so we can certainly have those conversations moving forward, but for where we are today, we need to rest fields.
So I get your point. If it is like a wet field and people are using, yes, I agree. We have all that smart sensors, right? Like, are they not helping to give that indication?
So we have the smart sensors right now primarily at Cedar Fork District Park. We do not have them at Morrisville Community Park. I believe we're working towards adding those, but we don't have that right now. And then the other issue is that it's not just the moisture. It's also about, when we spray pesticides, that field needs to stay like that. There's other times when they may be doing other applications where it then needs to rest to let that sort of take its effect. And again, sometimes it's just a matter of monitoring the wear on the fields and recognizing that you can't play on that same patch 7 days a week because it gets to the point where they can't recover it during a given year. And then you hope to recover it perhaps during the winter, but that's not always the case. It also depends on what the grass is or what the conditions are, because some of that just goes dormant at different times of the year. So I'm about to get outside my breadth of knowledge and experience, but there is a lot of work that we can continue to do to sort out what type it is, and that helps the team determine when it needs to rest and how long it needs to rest and how it's best maintained for the long haul as well.
Okay, and then regarding the other one, like say suppose organized sports league or practice, I've seen like go down Davis. There's a big field where a lot of soccer, they play. I don't know what
Davis Drive Park.
Which one?
Davis Drive Park.
Yeah, Davis Drive Park. They play almost 365 days. They're like pretty much. So what is that different that they are doing that we are not doing?
I don't have the information to answer that question
But
tonight.
I'm just asking, because that would be because different seasons have different things. So I understand your need for organized sports to have a permit, but if they are doing like say 3-month block, will you allow that or will you not allow that?
I think it really depends on what the use is and how much time they're talking about. So we may be able to allow that in some cases. I think Jeffrey can speak to perhaps your question about Davis Drive Park versus some of ours.
I think I'm not sure, but I think the one you may be talking about could have artificial turf on it. I'm not sure. But one thing, too, to keep in mind is we don't have irrigation on a lot of our fields. So if you get a lot of wear on a field, if you can water it, fertilize it, then you can bring it back so much quicker. We don't have the ability to water grass or our turf at some of our locations. And if it is, it's very manual intensive to try to do it. So we don't have irrigation. So as Brandon indicated earlier, there's options that we can consider moving forward to improve our overall ability to maintain fields to a high level and keep them open, as much as practical.
Yeah, and the other thing also, I used to play a lot of volleyball at Green Hope Elementary. They have 4 volleyball courts, and you go to town of Cary and block it. I think with basketballs, courts, we are seeing a lot of demand on that. I think it should be like a system that they can block their time, not every time. I would also put that as an organized one, but the same people are coming and using it all the time. And the other one also I would put is the new sand volleyball that you're creating in the South Lot. That should also have like a timing for, do that. Just carry it, because if you don't do it, there will be a lot of fights, I'm telling you that.
No, you're absolutely correct. And that's something that the staff is looking at, is how do we have an accurate and easy to use and easy to access reservation system.
Practice pitches too, that would be
Correct.
one. It's a good revenue, but at least if you have a schedule who can play what time, it will be good for everyone.
Correct.
So I think of it as at MAFC, we actually have reservations for the 2 tennis courts, but at Church Street, we don't. We just track whether they're occupied or not. So there's different levels. We don't charge for those at all. So I generally understand the need to preserve the fields and keep them rested. I'm not that big a fan of using this small revenue generation that I think will be a real deterrent to groups using our fields.
Okay.
I've played lots of Ultimate in the past. I see we sometimes have just pick up soccer games. We have flag football. So I'd support this as a pilot, just the tracking part, but I wouldn't be interested in actually charging. Although I know there's some that would say that they have more skin in the game if they have to pay for it and they'll show up and things like that. But I think I'd be really comfortable doing a pilot without any charging and see how that works and see if it meets our needs,
okay,
rather than possibly deterring any kind of group from using our fields. Councilmember Rao.
Yeah, with regards, excuse me, with regards to the organized sports league or practice, I think one thing that I've observed is, like, for example, the mayor said, Church Street Park, we don't require reservations. People go to play their courts, and then they've got 2 to 3 courts, sometimes all rented out for USTA league play. So that's a real challenge because we just don't have eventually it'll change when we get more courts at Morrisville Community Park Phase 3, but that's just something to consider in terms of it as we look at rental fees. Do we, I don't know how we do that. Leagues are coming in as if we're just going to rent all the courts, but I know there's been a lot of residents and tennis players that approach me saying, wait a minute, we've come out to work to play and all the courts are taken. So maybe that's
and Parks and Rec tries to do that strategically, that they're not allowing, Western Wake Tennis or others to schedule that during what would be expected to be peak times. And again, now that we've got the data, we're even better at understanding when those peak times are. But at the same time, I hear exactly what you're saying, and that our residents want to be able to access the courts when they want. Again, I guess it's a good problem to have that we have more users than we have facilities. So we're trying to sort of balance between the two. But thank you.
Any other input on this item? Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, please.
So, thank you, Brandon. You answered my one question about enforcement, because there's no sense having rules if you can't somehow enforce it. I'm still not sure how we're going to enforce it totally, but at least you've thought about that and you've got a kind of a plan in place. And I understand the need to track who's out there using the fields and you want them to rest. I have no issue with that. I guess my question is, are these groups that are out there that are fundraising in some, like I don't want to deter those people that are just showing up to have a good time either. And if there are groups that are out there using our facilities and charging somehow, then I'm okay with this concept. But if it's a group that's just out there to have a good time and go out every Saturday to have a good time, I have a little heartburn. This whole thing, I have a little heartburn over.
I understand.
I don't know what you do with what I just said.
Well, I mean, I think what I would want to hear is, who else may have that heartburn, who else has the concern with the fee, because if you prefer not to do the rental fee now, we can certainly change to that. And knowing that tonight would make it easier to make a quick revision to what's the recommended language, so you could still potentially address and take a vote on these on March 14th. I think there's no issue with us getting that updated.
Yeah, because I think for the average group that just wants to get together and play, and could be 20 or more, I think $43 an hour is kind of high. They won't come out and use our facilities. And the whole idea of having the open fields, and I mean, when we talked about putting basketball courts in this, I'm thinking of Morrisville Community Park now, I had a heart attack because I see people out there all the time playing volleyball, or families, just out there hitting balls with kids and practicing, and I just don't want to deter any of that. So that's my concern.
Okay.
However that all fleshes out.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see anyone. Councilmember Abadi.
And I agree with, I don't think the $43 an hour is going to make enough of a difference. Deterring people that just want to get out and enjoy the fresh air with 20 of their closest friends.
Okay, I don't see any other comments on this issue.
But respectfully, I've heard 3 say no fee. I just want to make sure that there's maybe a thumbs up consensus around that before we alter the language. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that's a thumbs up, no fee? Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't want to unfairly do that.
Okay. The next one is, we had some conversation about political activity in the park. And we haven't really previously specifically defined this. We just have had sort of an unwritten rule that we didn't allow political activity in the parks. So you asked us to sort of express some interest in defining what maybe is and is not acceptable. So what we're recommending, and Frank and I had some conversation around this, is a distinction between political activity and political campaigning. That's what some of what I took from you was that some things should be allowed, but other things maybe not. And so what our argument would be is that political campaigning would not be allowed, but political activity would. And let me give you the recommended language here to help with that. So political campaigning is not allowed in town parks. For the purposes, political campaigning is an organized event intended to influence the decision-making progress of voters related to an individual's candidacy for a publicly elected office. Then counter to that, political activity may be allowed. Of course, it may have to meet other guidelines and requirements of the town. It might be a special event purpose, depending on scope, is just one example. But for the purposes of the section, political activity would be defined as activity by an elected official or their designee, not related to political campaigning, but instead focused on community engagement and or information sharing with their constituents.
Like an outdoor town hall or something like that. That sounds reasonable. Councilmember Fender?
Yeah, so I like the distinction. I do have a question in that I'm guessing that Carrie's ordinances are different because I know, so would a particular party's picnic being hosted at the park, would that be political campaigning?
I don't think, as long as they picnic and it's something that's, just perhaps thanking people that worked on a campaign or something like that, where it's not bringing people there for the purpose of campaigning to them, is the way that this would look at that.
I guess I'm thinking of a specific instance that a couple of times we've gone to Cary, and it's for a lot of individuals that get up and speak for the purposes of campaigning. So sounds like in Morrisville that would not be allowed, but Cary must have a wider allow that.
Yes, and as this is recommended right now, yes, that is correct. If it is definable as political campaigning, it would not be allowed by ordinance. Other thoughts or questions around this?
Councilmember Rabadi?
What about a nonpartisan candidate forum? I would like to be able to allow that.
Yeah, I think a candidate forum under this, I think, and Frank, tell me if you feel differently, I think a candidate forum could be defined as political activity. They're sharing thoughts as different candidates. I'm sure there's somebody out there that would argue that is campaigning. I would say, I think under this, that would fall as political activity. Frank? Feel free to argue with me.
It's hard to draw really bright lines. But I think a candidate forum would not be the same as Frank Gray for Attorney General event.
Hey!
Come and
It sounds good.
and hear Frank Gray and contribute to his campaign at the park.
Campaign, well, in the campaign forum, we would have Frank Gray for Attorney General and also Giselle Rodriguez and Martha Page for Attorney General from 3 different parties. So
Right.
that maybe is a difference, nonpartisan.
Yeah, I think we would, my interpretation was we would allow that.
Then I'm fine.
Bam, started.
Is everyone
Frank makes a good
comfortable with
point.
that?
You'll never define everything. I mean, at some point, this, I think, helps you with a line. It's sometimes going to be a blurry line, and we're going to have to interpret it, but it sets, I think, relatively decent standards around which is which.
Be enforced and decided by staff, so.
Staff and our good friend, the town attorney.
Right. Okay.
He's running for Attorney General.
If he's not, busy in Raleigh after he gets elected, apparently.
I don't see any other comments on that item, so I believe that sounds good.
We'll bring that back as is. This is just a quick clarification. I think, Mayor, it may have been you that asked about, can we impose our ordinances in parks that we don't own or that are outside the town limits, and we can. This statute 160A 176 allows us to make our ordinances effective on property and rights of way belonging to the city, town, and located outside of corporate limits. So we've looked at that a lease like we have with Cedar Fork District Park is the same spirit of the law as we own. We have control over that, so we can impose our ordinances. Just wanted to clarify that for you.
Was that the purpose of asking for that?
Yeah, that's what I meant, because Church Street also, we don't own all of that.
We own Church Street, but it's not in town. And then we lease Cedar Fork District Park.
So two different
One of
things.
the situations that we're comfortable saying the ordinances would apply in both.
Thank you.
All right. Worksite sediment, just real quickly to let you know, we are pulling that language out of there. What we had in there was expanding some of that control for our staff, but in talking to other members of our staff, it was brought to my attention that it really is part of the sediment aspect that's managed by Wake County. They have that authority to address erosion control and sedimentation in town, so we'll just continue to rely on them. We unfortunately suggested something we really can't do and missed it on the first review. Correct that now.
Do we have a mechanism to report?
Yes, we have a good, good working relationship between particularly the engineering department and Wake County staff that handle that. They're on a first name basis and can call, and they will generally get out as quick as they can.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So you would also ask some questions about commercial vehicle parking. And so what I took from that is that there was conversation about restricting commercial vehicle parking primarily on residential streets. So our current ordinance does not specifically address that, other than there may be some specific no parking zones. But we understand there have been some concerns with Traybrook perhaps, and also some concerns out in Breckenridge on one of the side streets there. So just so that you're aware, because we often look at other municipalities, there is no method to the madness with our peers. Apex does not directly address commercial vehicle parking, sort of like ours doesn't right now. Cary has some definition around the size of vehicles that are allowed on streets anywhere in the corporate limits. Garner has quite a definition of what's not allowed on the street. And so, again, we've been made aware of Gray Marble having some issues and Traybrook having some issues. So we are recommending the following draft language. And then I've got a little bit of explanation behind it. So parking of oversized vehicles and trailers prohibited, be unlawful for any person to park any vehicle or trailer on the streets maintained by the town within the corporate limits if the vehicle is more than 8 feet in width without mirrors, more than 24 feet in length, or weighing more than 10,000 pounds, or is a box truck or similar vehicle used primarily for commercial purposes. And the reason that the box truck is separated out is, and I'm going to show you some measurements here in a second, but like the smallest U-Haul truck is actually smaller than like the largest pickup truck that somebody might own. So we need to make it so that, folks that own a big pickup or another big vehicle can park in front of their house, but we don't particularly, my understanding is we don't particularly want those rental vehicles. We don't want those commercial vehicles. So because of the size of the smallest box truck, we've included that as another prohibited use. And then we've included restrictions, and these are common in a couple of the other communities. If they're actively loading or unloading, obviously, somebody's moving, they need to be there. Temporary parking for a vehicle providing emergency services, public utility repair, or service for a mechanical breakdown. Somebody's out in the road, they got to help them get out of the road. And then temporary parking at a construction site or a home or business under renovation or repair during periods of active work, as long as it takes 48 hours or less. So if that's that, limited occasion where they're working on a certain part of it and just have to have that truck out front, this would allow that for up to 2 days, but not for, 2 weeks on end. So I did a little research to give you some examples of what would and would not be allowed on this based on their size. So based on the language here, cars and pickup trucks would be allowed. Again, a large pickup is 8 feet wide and 22 feet in length for like the largest F-350, you know, what you would expect to park on a street and be personally or individually owned. Vans, the standard van is about 5'7" wide, 15.6 in length, and weighs less than 4,000 pounds. They would be allowable. And an SUV, the largest SUV that I could find would be 6 feet 9 inches wide and 18 feet in length. So particularly because of the large pickup going 22 feet in length, that's why we say 24 feet. And because that same pickup could be 8 feet wide, that's why we say larger than 8 feet wide. So what would be restricted here would be box trucks. And again, that's specific because a 10-foot box truck is 6 foot 9 inches wide, 15 foot in length, so considerably smaller than that big pickup truck. But subsection B on the previous page would not allow that. And then, of course,
Why do we need to restrict it? Why do we need to restrict it then? What difference does it make whether, like, I mean, if we were restricting it because of size, I could see it. But if we're allowing vehicles that are bigger to be parked on the side of the road, then why do we need to restrict a box truck?
so the concerns that at least I've heard, and I think some of your peers may speak to this, is the concern with these clearly commercial vehicles being on residential streets.
Right, but the commercial vehicles are there because people own them for their businesses. That's why they're there. Like, really? This is the hill we want to die on, you guys?
I don't have to die on it.
I'm serious.
Well, that's why this.
Like, I could see if they were so big that they were blocking traffic and it was a huge issue, but I mean, the same people that can park a box truck out there could park, my husband used to have a pickup that would be allowed under this, and it's way bigger than a box truck. So what's the point?
So how did this become an issue?
I have no idea.
Let's just try to, Vicky Scroggins-Johnson, council member first, and then we'll
So I
open it up.
think this might be somewhat of an overcorrection. We did have some inquiry about semi-trucks driving or parking on public streets overnight, and that created a safety concern for, you know, for the residents and businesses, and also the truck driver. You know, is it a safe area for them to park their vehicle? I understand and appreciate the fact that there are commercial vehicles that are owned by homeowners in our town where they want to be able to park their vehicle in their driveway, or they want to be able to park it on the street as an option because that is their place of work. You know, that's how they get along. And I'm not sure, some of the commercial trucks that we have in my own neighborhood might be bigger than some of these restricted vehicles. They're very responsible. They're very good about parking so that buses can go through and fire trucks can go through. That would be my concern, is that we need to make sure we have, you know, school buses and stuff still have access. But a box truck, depending on how it's configured, could still be parked safely on our streets if needed. HOAs have additional restrictions, but we have public streets. So the public streets are kind of a gray area, but the town does have jurisdiction on the streets. So I think it's okay to have the box trucks in a little larger vehicle as long as it does not impede the safety vehicles and school buses. I think the semis are a different category for me because of safety, but the larger vehicles, people need to earn a living, and let's not make it too hard.
Councilmember Garamella, please.
So I have a different opinion. I'm not telling which size of a box truck, but Breckenridge had a lot of issues with it. People with tractor trailers parking on Gray Marble, and you know, we had box trucks like completely like the U-Haul full 24 feet getting this one, so they had to basically, we had to come in front of public safety, and then they put no signs. And now they are parking on Little Road, Little Drive, and other places. So this is an issue which is happening across the town. It is not just one neighborhood, or it's not targeting a business, a person, which we have. And you're right, our HOAs don't allow, commercial vehicles in their driveway because of several things. So it does make sense, because this is like, it frustrates a lot of people, because if you put a box truck in a spot, other guys can't park it. And the view is pretty much, you can't even see what's going on. So, and what's the need for that? Are they doing because they live near the neighborhood, or are they doing because there's a space there that no one is using? So all kinds of things go in, like, I know Transair Drive, the trailers were doing, and they had an ordinance just for Transair, which basically said, no, no trucks, because the Penske trucks used to go up and down, and the visibility was pretty much gone. So I think there's a value add in this when you put this kind of language. Otherwise, I have a guy who basically in my neighborhood who does a moving business and puts a 24-foot U-Haul almost every day on Willingham, and the people are complaining about it. Why is it every day there? So, how do you manage those? Because we don't have any ordinance to talk about it right now, which basically says it's a public road, HOA can't do anything. And how do you control these kind of things?
Thank you for providing a very good illustration of the challenges. I wasn't thinking about some of those type of vehicles. I was thinking more like AT&T trucks, or the utility trucks that are used by people that do service calls or things like that.
Those are different compared to, those are not box, those are like minivan, those doesn't categorize as a box truck.
Right, those are more or less service vehicles.
Yeah, service vehicles. So, people put their service vehicles in the driveway, so they start parking that on a street or big box trucks, then it causes issues. And people do complain, hey, I have this truck in front of my house from last 8 days.
I'm getting to you after. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, followed by Councilmember Fender.
I got one last.
Sure, okay.
So, and also, not every street in Morrisville is as width as Breckenridge. If you look at Kidd Street, it is much narrower. And if you go park a box truck in that, it pretty much causes, a side.
You can't even park a car.
So the streets are so narrow,
So that's one of the things too, that causes all these issues.
Good. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, followed by Councilmember Fender.
So Councilmember Garamella is right. This is an issue across town, and you missed on your slide, Brandon, when you talked about Traybrook and now I forget. Gray Marble, thank you. There's also the end of Crabtree Crossing Parkway. There's a bunch of vehicles parked there all the time. So I'm okay. We're talking about on roads. If you're somebody who has a commercial vehicle, you can park your vehicle in your driveway. This doesn't say you can't have a commercial vehicle at all. It just says you shouldn't consistently park it on a public road. You can park it in your garage or on your own driveway if you want. So I'm okay with that. I will tell you the one thing that I do have a little bit of heartburn over.
Sorry, I don't know what was that.
The one thing I do have a little bit of heartburn over is when we're talking about when a vehicle is actively engaged in loading or unloading. And I'm thinking of, we've used U-Haul vehicles in the past when to help our kids move from location to location. And we've always been able to park it overnight in our driveway, but I want to make sure that somebody who's just got a temporary U-Haul for a move, who's loaded it and wants to keep it overnight and then move it the next day, I think that's okay. But having said all that, we're never going to get everything right. I think we've got to land on language and then live with it and see if we've done the right thing or not. We're never going to be able to think of every scenario. So we've got to kind of put something in place and then evaluate it over time to see if it's working or not. And that goes for every piece of this ordinance, quite frankly, not just what we're talking about here.
Councilmember Fender?
I was just going to add that I do think it makes a difference of what we're calling a box truck. I mean, I originally, until Councilmember Garamella mentioned it, I was thinking box truck was like the Google Fiber, AT&T little trucks. But I, of course, Googled box truck, and they're almost like 18-wheelers, just shorter. So I understand better now.
So thank you. You essentially support the language as written for now? Okay.
Yes.
Everyone who wanted to have a chance to speak once has. I believe I'll recognize Councilmember Rabati again.
I'm not advocating for parking an 18-wheeler on a residential street. What I'm saying is that the box truck, as defined here, is smaller than vehicles that we're saying are safe and legal to park on the street. So if someone has something the size of those small U-Hauls and they use it for their business, we're saying, although someone could park something larger out there and that would be fine, that this box truck is not allowed. I disagree with that. I think that what we should do is define what's safe and legal to be parked on a street and then say no vehicles bigger than that. If it's a box truck, if it's an elephant, it doesn't matter because it's too big to be parked on the street. But if you go back to the slide right before that, where it gives the dimensions, okay, well, I lost it, but it gave the dimensions of the vehicles that could be parked. So, okay, yeah, so a 10-foot box truck is 9 inches wide and 15 inches in length. And then up here in bullet point 1, we're saying that cars and pickup trucks that are larger are fine to be parked on the street. That makes no sense. That's my problem.
If I could address that, I haven't really spoken on this subject. I think it's not just safety or size. I think it's aesthetics and appearance in our, no, I mean, it kind of matters because if we're just about safety, then it's okay to park an 18-wheeler in front of our monument sign because it's out of the roadway, things like that, but we want to be able to control it. So I don't think any of us would look forward to any kind of box truck along our neighborhood streets. So this will prevent that from happening, but there might be a lot of pickups, which maybe doesn't look so great either, but it's just a different feel. And that's sort of how I'm coming down, that I'd support this for now, although it seems like it's a little bit of a solution looking for a problem, but I haven't had the experiences that some of our fellow council members have had about it being a problem in their neighborhoods. So I'm, out of respect for that, I'd support this at this time. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
So, Ann, you're right, but I think there's a 10-foot box truck also has a height. There's a height difference too. I Googled it too. And some of these 10-foot box trucks are way taller than an average SUV or a minivan. So they're obstruct, like Councilmember Garinella talked about, they obstruct view even more so.
So you're saying that it's a safety issue with the box trucks that's not present with a pickup truck or another type of vehicle?
I would think so.
Okay.
But
right, then I'm fine. I didn't Google it. That's my bad.
I Googled it after Councilmember Fender said she Googled it. So.
No, if there's a safety issue, then I'm fine. But this doesn't say that there's a safety issue. It just says that they're, that they're not allowed. That, I think that's
Yeah.
Just to think. I think, like, if a family is coming with a U-Haul for overnight doing that, that's fine. If there's a consistency pattern that they're using business, like putting a box truck on a public street every time, it's an eyesore when people walk. And then also obstruction view. And then they will say, like, why is it this, I get all the complaints, why is this truck in front of my house? And I said, it's public street. We can't do anything as an HOA. So this always comes into play, and unless we have no ordinance in place, we can't say anything at all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think we had a really good, almost like a work session discussion on that one. It sounds like we're good on the language as shown.
Okay, thank you. So, just to summarize really quickly, what we talked a little bit about the last time or this time is changing alcohol in the parks being approved by the special event process rather than just the manager's office. We have defined political activity and political campaigning, and we will allow political activity but will not allow political campaigning. We've talked about organized groups requiring, and we're going to change rent a field to reserve a field. To allow them to reserve that space but not have to pay for it. Remember last time we talked about parades being part of the special event process. Well, group demonstrations and picket lines are handled separately by the police department, not really apples to apples there for those to be combined. We clarified what we're doing with smoking, including vaping restricted in town parks, commercial and town facilities. Commercial vehicle parking restricted on main thoroughfares on a case-by-case basis. That's typically where we have to go through NCDOT to get that done. And then commercial vehicle parking will be restricted on all town streets, as you've just discussed. So want to let you know what we're going to do with this should you adopt it on March 14th. All changes will be highlighted on the website and via social media. So the 3, 4, 5 that are really meaningful, we'll be putting out there proactively with the communications staff. Our Parks and Rec staff is going to reach out to existing users, add notes to the online reservation system, change our signage and QR codes to our park to share these changes, particularly related to smoking and reservation of a field for use. We'll also enhance our educational efforts on smoking tobacco restrictions through rentals, through signage, through just meeting people in the parks and educating them about that. Special event literature will be updated, Mayor, as you sort of alluded to highlight alcohol use and requirements as part of the special event process. That will include the smoking and other things. And then the PD will begin an education campaign for any commercials that are parked on the street prior to transitioning to enforcement once they've had an opportunity to educate. Because again, our goal with this is compliance, not enforcement. So any other questions or discussion before I hit next steps?
Councilmember Garamella?
Yeah, I wanted to touch on one topic, especially, I know Chief Andrews, when she put the ordinance of like fire hydrants, you cannot, park in front of that and all other things. The one which is really hitting a lot of the residents is how you park your car. If you park on the wrong side, you're getting like a $50 or $100 fines, and Cary doesn't have it, Apex doesn't have it, and like if someone is coming out of town and they park it, next day the welcome gift is $50 fine to them. So I really think, do we really need that, or can we remove it? Because sometimes I feel like Cary, Morrisville is so intertwined, and they don't have it, and why just this particular one is become a sticking issue for everyone, and many people are getting that ticket all the time.
Okay.
I would have to check the numbers on that. I'm not disagreeing with you by any means, but if you're okay, let me have a chance to check the numbers on how many of those parked facing the wrong way. I would tell you it can be an important ordinance to have. It is common in a lot of places. I'm not arguing with some of the municipalities don't have it around here, but it is about safety. It is about, how you're pulling out and that you're pulling out with traffic rather than potentially against traffic and having to cross over to get out. So there is a reason for that that's around public safety and safety of vehicular traffic and that sort of thing. But if it's okay, I could come back to you with more information on how many of those citations are being issued. I would be, I think, a little surprised if they were just being issued for, so a cop's that's driving around at night and seeing that. I think it's more about probably complaints or other issues. But let me do a little research on the tickets, and I can come back to you with that next time. And then if you feel strongly about it, we could always do an ordinance amendment. We'll have another round coming this year on some of the other parking-related stuff. That would probably be appropriate to bring it back then, if that's okay.
Okay, I think
Councilmember Fender, please weigh in.
So I wanted to clarify, are you talking about the cars just parking opposite the wrong direction or on the wrong side of the street?
Wrong direction.
Wrong direction.
Okay.
Well, that is the wrong side of the street.
No.
It's driver's side against the curb, which is the wrong side of the street.
Happens to my.
Well, but I thought he was talking about like in Kitts Creek, because our streets are extremely narrow. You know, the RHOA did a lot of work with Chief Andrews to do an evaluation of all our streets and then decide which side of the street to put the signs on. And I don't want to get rid of that.
No, I'm not talking about that at all.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm talking about when you have like your street, if this is the headlight, you park this side is the legal way. If this guy comes and parks here, you're getting a ticket.
Well, yeah.
So Cary doesn't have it, FX doesn't have it, Chapel Hill might have, I know San Jose has it. But, you know, like that one is becoming sticky, especially people coming out of town, they don't know this ordinance.
Well, I would disagree with that because I think that's pretty common.
Literally have to cross over to the wrong side.
Yeah.
Right, that's right.
Yeah, that's pretty common.
Isn't it a state law anyhow? If I recall, I thought Chief Andrews said that was a state law anyhow. And
I'll double check that. The majority of our traffic-related ordinances are in general statute as well.
Right.
So,
Now,
yeah.
whether we fine or not, that's a different question, but I think, yeah.
So maybe at some point, if you could bring that back so we could reaffirm why we have that.
Yeah.
And stuff like that, that would be helpful.
Yep, we'll bring it back next time.
Thank you.
All right, so next steps, we're proposing adoption of the ordinances. We'll make those last couple of changes before we come back with it on March 14th. Once approved, we, of course, will get these updated ordinances posted on the website. As you've seen here, I've shown you all the different ordinance sections. There's a number of other documents that go with the full ordinance package that just need some updating based on what changes we're making, but there's no changes to practice or policy or procedure, just forms. And so I don't want to waste even more of your time or paper with a thick book to highlight those. So we'll get those cleaned up. We'll make sure that we're training staff on these relevant updates so that they know what to be looking for in case they're asked and if they need to educate and enforce. Again, we'll work with the community on implementation. Again, the goal of all of this is compliance, not enforcement. And we will also, going forward, ensure that we're doing an annual review of the ordinances rather than this wait a bunch of years and pile it all on to make sure that we're staying current, but also minimizing some of the work. If there are no other questions, I am done.
Okay, seeing none.
All right.
Thank you, that's a lot of work.
Much.
Mayor?
Yes.
Would it be possible to move the work session up to allow that to occur before?
Anything else?
No, that's it, yes.
Do we have consensus to go ahead and do that so our staff can?
That's next anyhow, right? Yes.
After comments and
No, we
upcoming
can leave
events.
it up. That's fine.
I was also, we're going to need a break.
Yeah, I need a bio break.
It's been 90 minutes, so why don't we go ahead and take a 10-minute break? Is that adequate? And then we'll go right to work session. Is that fine? Would you like us down at the table or up here?
Do you care if they're at the table or at the dais?
Yeah.
We're going to stay up here if that's okay. We'll reconvene at 10:45.
Yes.
I know, but now I look official.
Town
Got
clerk,
this tiny
good to
little
go?
name badge. You all got the big one?
Town manager page? Okay. It is 10:45. We're coming back into session. We've adjusted the agenda a little bit. So we're moving right to our work session. There's one work session tonight, an NCDOT McCrimmon Parkway Project Additional Betterment Options Discussion. Danielle Kittredge, Principal Planner, will facilitate. The mic is yours.
All right, thank you. So we do have a couple some decisions to make tonight. This item is coming back from the last time that I spoke with you regarding some betterments for the McCrimmon Parkway project, so we'll touch on those. Just a reminder, the McCrimmon Parkway widening project and flyover project, the general location for it, is widening from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, as well as constructing the flyover. For this, just as a reminder, we talked about previously, there were requests that were given to NCDOT to expand the sidewalk on the north side of McCrimmon Parkway, as well as adding streetlight conduit to fill in the streetlight gaps. What I was seeking feedback on at the last work session were flyover aesthetic improvements, as well as some feedback regarding the Davis Drive and Parkside Valley Drive pedestrian improvements. So those are the 2 that we'll just come back to tonight. And then we did have an amount that's been collected in streets payment in lieu of around $645,000 that can be applied to some of the betterments. I am flopping these around a little bit. We're just I'm going to touch briefly on the Davis Drive and Parkside Valley Drive project first. There'll be a little bit more discussion on the next item with the flyover, so I thought it'd be easier to do this one at the beginning. As a reminder, we have the Parkside Middle School that's going to be constructed in the near future, so we're looking at doing some enhancements to the intersection at Parkside Valley Drive and Davis Drive, knowing that there might be some additional students trying to cross there. Currently, we do have 1 signalized pedestrian crossing and 2 high visibility crosswalks. And with the McCrimmon widening project, it would go up to this intersection, and NCDOT will be making some minor improvements with some crossings as well as sidewalks. But knowing that the school is coming in and exploring some additional options of what could we do to enhance pedestrian safety, planning and engineering staff did meet since our last work session with NCDOT to review some of the different options and considerations. We are looking at putting in potentially monolith concrete island with a pedestrian refuge, and that's sort of kind of illustrated in the middle section here with the yellow to give an idea of what that would look like. In order to kind of fit that in there, NCDOT is looking at whether or not they can narrow some of the 12-foot lanes that are in the current plan. It also helps slow traffic a little bit, and being able to accomplish that because only a couple extra feet is needed. So that's being explored further. Also looking at tightening the curb radii, so that is when you're making a turn, you would have to slow down a little bit more instead of kind of more of that free-flowing when you have a larger curb radii. A lot of feedback too on different suggestions at the last work session regarding maybe some different modifications to the traffic signals in terms of maybe not having the blinking yellow arrow, maybe all the lights are red at once to help facilitate that crossing. So those are, there was a variety of things talked about that it will go back to the traffic signal design person with NCDOT to see what's the best, what's feasible at this intersection. Based on the different discussions, there are going to be some elements that NCDOT may be able to absorb into the project itself, but it would be anticipated that the monolith concrete islands described would be a betterment to the town. So we are looking at probably something around $100,000. These have not been designed yet, so we don't know that kind of exact cost, but sort of based off of other types of projects. So I did want to let you know that this is sort of the status of this particular item. I heard a lot of interest that we want to, keep moving forward with pedestrian improvements. So we are working with and continuing to correspond with NCDOT, and there are some things that they could probably incorporate that doesn't have to be a betterment to the town, except for the monolith concrete islands. The last bullet point here is I did get a better understanding regarding school zone signage, speed reductions, with this new school going in. This is something that's handled between the school district and NCDOT, and they have a separate process for that. So that's not within the purview of this, kind of this particular betterment review. That is really the update, the direction we're headed. Unless there's any types of concerns or questions that anyone wants to address or talk about, the direction that it's going in. So I wanted to give that update. I think you have
Councilmember Garamella, then myself.
This one is on which street you're talking about? It's at Parkside or?
Yeah.
Yeah, so at the intersection of Parkside Valley Drive and Davis Drive. So the little graphic on this one is really it's just a general illustrative example of a variety of different things. It's not the particular intersection itself, if you're looking at this graphic. But the improvements themselves would be for that whole intersection of Davis Drive and Parkside Valley Drive.
Already there, right? Like, we have like a pedestrian crossing and everything there already as part of the.
There is one pedestrian crossing. It's missing the other high visibility crosswalks, as well as having pedestrian activated signals at each crossing, or just creating opportunities with the multi-lane roadway to help it feel safer and make cars slow down.
But it will not screw up the monument, right? Like, because that's what NCDOT came and they put a signal light right in front of the Breckenridge Monument. So, like, I don't know if will that affect any of that, like, because I want to be careful about it.
Oh, you said they put a signal in front of the sign?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then a big electric box next to it to cover the rest of it.
Yeah, if it's in the right of way, that's a little more challenging. If there are things we can do to kind of improve that, I mean, what's there right now probably isn't gonna move. But if there are new pieces of equipment, we can try to look at where those are going to be placed.
I had a quick question about the monolithic and the refuge. If no one should ever be in that space while traffic's there, do we need it?
Yeah, and I mean, that is normally if you have like really large areas, sometimes it just takes a long time to cross. One of the things with this too is it does create that opportunity. Vehicles are maybe turning a little bit slower because that island comes out a little bit further. It also, people are paying a little bit more attention because of what's in the surroundings. But if it is something that, is not desired for this location, we don't have to do that and just rely on the high visibility crosswalks, the changes to the signals, the changes to the curb radii. That is an option as well, too.
That's how it is on the other side, right? There's no pedestrian refuge on the
So
existing.
we would looking at that on Davis Drive. So both the, call it the north and south side of Davis Drive, you'd have it to be able to cross over. We wouldn't be really looking at any changes on the cross streets. So Parkside Valley Drive, and is that Summer Sky Drive? So the monolithic concrete islands would be on the Davis Drive crossings.
So it'd be on both sides. So once again, I'm not convinced that that's the best use of $100,000 if there shouldn't ever be a pedestrian there anyway, because that's not a safe place to stand, even with the refuge.
Well, the 100 is not just for the refuge, it's for all the improvements in the intersection.
You're looking really for the pedestrian refuge island. Yes, of 100, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we would be looking at the curb radii and the signal improvements would likely be incorporated as part of the NCDOT project and not at a cost as a betterment to the town, that they would be able to do that.
Okay. And then you.
I think you need a pedestrian. This area of roadway is becoming a speedway. If there's no visual cueing that pedestrians are there with a safe place in the middle, there could be catastrophic issues. And because I live along Morrisville Carpenter Road, and there is a very small pedestrian safe area, and it is up to 6 lanes wide in certain spots now with the new update. We need those spots. I can see where this is needed on Davis Drive. So I would not forgo that. We're going to have some tragedy. It takes a while to get across that road.
And And I will say, just on these plans, looking at them too, we are looking at the intersection. There's 3 lanes, and then it turns in, and then the 4 lanes with the turn lanes. So you have seven total lanes at that intersection to cross.
Councilmember Garamella, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
I agree with Vicky. The reason I say that is when the middle school opens up, there'll be a lot of kids who will be walking and they don't come, it will be a bigger audience that they will be going to the other side, and the middle school or any school system has a rule, if it is within a 1 mile block, they won't provide busing. So pretty much they have to walk to the school. And this will only help enhancing the thing, and I think the projection of Davis Drive, I don't know which presentation is, it will be like 70 to 80,000 cars in like 2040 or something, like when they were making that 7-lane road at the intersection of Davis and McCrimmon. So like, it's pretty hard to cross Davis during peak time.
And I would say too, just looking way into the future as well, I know that the extension of 147 is, sort of getting back into the mix of things, but, that is further up on Davis. You add more traffic to the roadway as well. So, different safety enhancements that in the future, they also help make a difference as well. I would just also keep in mind, we'll cover too, at the last slide, sort of some budget considerations. And I did, so that we're sitting at the table, I do have the whole kind of packet for you as well. But there is some payment in lieu funding that can be used to offset some of the costs. So just keep that in mind as well too.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Yeah, I'm okay with having it. I think if we expect people to walk across this road, we need to have a safe haven for them. And I'm concerned that maybe cars are not going to act appropriately, and it'll take folks longer, and they'll, so all of that kind of worries me. So I'm still okay with moving forward with this.
Councilmember Rabadi.
Plus, I don't think everybody that's going to try to cross that road is going to be able-bodied, is going to be, is going to, honestly, if it's kids, is going to be paying attention. I think that, and the lights are never as long as you think they're going to be, and cars start moving before the light turns green. They don't stop moving until well after the light turns red. So, the time to cross is shortened, and I think it's a long overdue improvement.
Okay. I would just rather lengthen the crossing time than give the illusion of safety. I'd be very scared to have a kid there, the width of 2 kids, with cars on either side going 55. But good. Thank you very much for bringing that forward.
Well, they do 45 here. The speed limit is 45 right here. What's that?
It turns in, yeah, it's
50 plus.
Well, no doubt.
45, and right when you get past Parkside Valley Drive, it turns to 55. So cars are gearing up for the 55, I think, when they reach the intersection.
We have a great patrol out there now taking care of these issues, or working on these issues.
All right. So, there's general consensus to continue forward on the pedestrian improvements discussed.
Crosswalk too, right? You're talking about.
Oh, yes, yeah.
That's the main thing which is not there. That's important.
Yes, those will be added. The next item is talking about the aesthetic improvements for the flyover. So just a reminder, this is more of an aerial shot down onto the flyover itself. It goes over the railroad tracks, NC 54. Something to keep in mind as well, this is, say, more of a north is at kind of the top of the slide, but the red lines are the MSE retaining walls. So something to point out here is that the lengths of them are different. There are some renderings that'll be in the package. It'll be having a northward view, so you will be seeing this longer retaining wall that is more adjacent to the Sheets property. So just something to keep in mind as we also look through some of those. Based on what I covered at the last work session, we are limited to non-weight bearing improvements, so color concrete, letter stamping, some designs on the MSC retaining walls. And then the general considerations is the flyover is a gateway to the town. The decision on this one does set precedent for future flyovers. It is near or adjacent to the TOD zoning district, maybe future commuter rail, rapid bus stops, and then depending on what's selected, there could be additional cost impacts related to maintenance to the town. Based on the last discussion, I did break things down into three main options and some sub options. The first one is to do nothing. We'll look at an example of what that looks like. The next one is, and I say the do nothing as a reminder, that is just the smooth gray concrete on the structure. Option 2 is you can do some color tinting, keep it smooth, but just add a little more character to it. The third option is the design or texture to the MSE walls, plus potential color tinting to the rest of the structure. And when I say that, that is thinking about your parapet wall for the bridge, matching colors for that too. And there are some different cost estimates that are included with all of these options to give that kind of magnitude or scale of cost. And so with the option 3A, that is looking at applying a design to all of the MSE walls. Option B, I heard maybe based on where the railroad tracks are, we're only interested in doing what's alongside the NC 54 side, and so maybe just that eastern MSE wall. And then option 3C is perhaps just the inside portion of the MSE wall that's facing directly onto the road or the railroad tracks to add some character, but to scale back some of that cost. And so each of these options have, the first cost is just applying texture, and the second one is, texture with tint on the rest of the structure. And then the last consideration is if there's saving space for a future mural that was brought up at the last meeting as well. So on this slide, this is a rendering generally what the flyover is going to look like. It also includes, in addition to the McCrimmon widening project, simultaneously will also be the widening of NC 54 in this particular location. So this does also include that configuration as well. And here it does have the larger MSE wall that you see more on the right-hand side, and then did include, I mentioned last time too, there is some fencing that is safety barrier fencing that's included, so that's been in the design as well. So the option 1, do nothing, I put on here, this is really your basic concrete. You will have some type of panels that are put in there, so whether they're square or a little bit different shape, but this is pretty much what you would get with the do nothing, no cost option. The next option is just adding color tinting to those basic panels. So I have an option here as well. The third option, and these are shown with two different things, a faux stone and then also a geometric pattern to look at. These do include the full MSE walls done in some type of texture. So we'd have to do a little visualization if you just want it on one side or on the inside, but thought these would be helpful for the conversation. There's also whether or not there is stamping that goes into the parapet wall, town of Morrisville, McCrimmon Parkway. So you have one option where it's directly over the lanes, and I'll show another one where it's off to the side, but this is more of your faux stone option. The color that's on these, you can imagine it as, it almost looks like it's tinted, but it's also sort of just a concrete color. So imagine a little more gray if it is just basic concrete with no tinting, or a color tint could be applied. There's also options for a geometric pattern. What was selected here is looking at more of this hexagon pattern, and then you'll also notice there's this McCrimmon Parkway that's off to the side and the pressed lettering into the parapet, so that there's an option, another sort of consideration in there as well. And then we had put in here too is there was talk about, can we do a mural? Can we save space for that? What would that look like? So this is, and I would recommend not doing any type of mural on the inside of the MSC walls. Probably pretty distracting for drivers. If people are walking on the sidewalk, want a picture, it's going to be distracting. So if there is, consideration or desire to want to ask at some point in the future, NCDOT and apply through their policy process for public art, that it would be more so on the, obviously, the outside portions of the MSC wall, such as illustrated potentially in this example. So there are some decision points to go over, selecting from one of the options presented. Based on that, getting some additional feedback on whether there's concrete color tinting, the design or texture, saving space for a mural, as well as going through, the letter stamping and placement are some of the decision points. But I'll come back to the slide. I do want to jump just one more ahead and talk about some of the budget considerations. So these are all going to be some rough numbers to show what has already been committed to in regard to the wider sidewalk and the streetlight conduit, but also looking at, what are those cost impacts of doing nothing for the flyover to, more of that higher end, which is sort of do all of the design, have decorative design on all of the MSC walls and color tinting. And then, approximately 100,000 for the pedestrian improvements. So we are looking at a range potentially of, almost 500,000 to $900,000. There is about 645,000 in payment in lieu that can be used to offset some of these costs. But what else I would like to put in some of the budget considerations is this doesn't account for any landscaping. So NCDOT projects do allow for or build in kind of a 1% of the construction value to go towards aesthetic improvements related mostly to landscaping or landscape features. So there would be some funding through NCDOT to help with that later on. I know 430,000 that I put here looks like a lot, but it doesn't go very far with landscaping. So I just wanted to mention that that's sort of included in that. I mean, that is included as something for the future, but depending on, where the project goes or what the desire is, maybe there's additional funding needed for landscaping in the future. And then there may be potential future maintenance cost associated with the betterment request. There's always concerns of potentially graffiti and graffiti removal or having to paint over it. If there is some type of mural that's done, there may be every several years you may need to have a new one installed just because of deterioration over time and fading as a consideration. And the last one on there was, public art is funded separately, so it's not included in here in the budget considerations. And the second from the last bullet is just to mention that the betterments associated with this project are a CIP item that's being evaluated in the major 5-year CIP plan update. So you'll also be seeing that in your package and consideration of talking about CIP items. So I did want to mention that as well. I went through a lot of things kind of very quickly on this. Some of it was, a refresher, but also some new things to be able to look at. I think renderings help, and then having a little bit better idea of some of the cost. So I can answer any questions that you have, or if you want to have any sort of discussion on any of these.
Councilmember Garamella, please.
Yeah, can you go back to the slide with the PIL? 45,000, is it restricted to like Mackerman, right? So it has to be used only for that?
Yeah, so this is specifically for developments that are in this corridor, so this amount would be restricted to this.
Okay, so it's not like something that we, it's not, we could use it anywhere, it's like literally, so then are we looking 900 minus 645?
Yes, if you, according to, if you would, pick that sort of top option, it would be minus 645. And that would be the gap that you would have that would have to be made up as part of a budget review process.
approximately 250 or something.
And then I will caveat to, there's a 25% contingency in here. Cost always escalate, so just trying to make sure that's kept in mind. One thing too is we will see sometime this year, depending on what options are selected, there will be an agreement that comes back from NCDOT with regard to the betterments, having some more refined cost estimates as well, based on direction.
My 2 cents, graffiti all the time. And, DOT, there's a number you call, they come and they'll remove it. If someone does a graffiti on the mural, then pretty much the whole mural is gone. So I would stay away with mural at least, because I've seen under Louis Steven when 540, people go and do all graffiti all the time. And then also under Mackerman Parkway, that area where underneath the railway bridge, people do that. And so a mural is good as long as it stays good. But if someone just does it or like put some racist comments or anything, the whole essence of this thing goes away and it has to be removed. That's my worry.
And I will mention, in regard to the public art, you can also look at it as a future public art opportunity in the sense that it doesn't have to be a mural, but maybe there are some innovative things that people, or creative things people have done when kind of in the steel girder part, where there's a design feature or lighting, or other types of maybe smaller sculptural things that are somehow included later on. But that is, I know there's interest in art and enhancing things. That could also be another way too.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Garamella that a mural is going to be a very challenging maintenance item in the sense that graffiti does occur near these structures. There's other opportunities for public art other than this kind of structure. I really do think there is some visual benefit with tinting the concrete or doing something that's not just gray. It is the gateway to our town. We are going to have more than one flyover. It would be kind of neat, just like we have a red ladder truck for our fire trucks, and it's kind of distinct in the area. What are these flyovers going to be for Morrisville? So some sort of signature, but not too expensive, but yet consistent. So I would ask, what of the, tinting or, those kind of related geometric improvements are easiest to maintain? Is it just tinting and then, it's easier and cheaper to maintain over time? Because that really is where we need to be looking at, is not just installation, but maintenance.
So yeah, the general feedback that I've received, if there is concerns regarding graffiti and that potential graffiti removal, is that if you do have the smooth MSE walls, if it is something that is color tinted and something that can be matched, things that could be painted over, sort of repainted over, would probably be the easiest and simplest thing to do. I don't know about in terms of sometimes when I have also heard from NCDOT that if you have a highly textured type of MSE wall, that also deters people from doing graffiti because you don't really have that flat surface to work on. So maybe in the faux stone option is highly textured, or one of the things is a geometric pattern textured enough that it would deter someone from.
There's a upfront investment for long-term, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Sort of, yeah, and if there is graffiti on one of those, two textures, it might be a little bit more work to remove or to cover over. So it is a little challenging. There's pros and cons to both of whether or not a flat surface creates an opportunity or it's an easier to remove things versus not. But I will say that is some feedback that I have received. Flat is easier to just cover over.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fender?
I like the idea of the faux stone with the town of Morrisville.
Yeah, I like that.
I guess I'm kind of the belief that the texture will deter. I was gonna go graffiti in place. I would look for a flat surface.
That is, I mean, that is what one of the feedback that I did have from NCDOT is that, yeah, the more texture does deter it somewhat.
I do think it's important to have something nice here, something a little unique in this location.
Councilmember Rabati, please.
What's the price difference between the faux stone and the painted concrete and the?
So the option is sent, are you talking about just the tinted concrete only? And then, because you do have, if you're just leaving it all smooth with color tinting only, you're still looking at probably about $200,000 to do everything. If you are doing, the texture with the color, I guess I'm making sure I'm sort of covering your question correctly. Does that sort of?
Okay, this slide basically gets me where I need to be, because I think that if we're saying that we have payment in lieu, that we can cover whatever we decide to do here with. And that's great, but we can't take that payment in lieu and apply it to flyovers, right? It has to be this specific flyover. So then I think, I really like the textured walls. Faux stone, but I really hesitate to commit to doing that for every flyover ever. So I think I would be in favor of tinted concrete. I would be in favor of tinted concrete.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
So why would this set a precedent? Because we have a flyover currently at Morrisville Parkway that.
Airport.
Yeah, but we currently have a flyover that
Grade separation.
does not, or grade separation, that does not meet.
And I think thinking more so about traveling down 54 Chapel Hill, and that as you're starting to go through, and if there's one at Airport, I know there was not a desire to do one at Morrisville Carpenter, but if there's, the Airport's the other one that would be, some future project, and does this one set any precedent for what you see in that corridor, what you want the corridor to feel and look like, or sort of the difference part of the distinction?
That makes sense. Okay. Okay, and as far as, I can go almost any way here, but I do like the option 3 with the faux stone, and I like the town of Morrisville up in the center.
That's what I like. That's fine for the fence. This one right here.
Yeah.
And then I would, and I know that the town of Morrisville sounds good there as well, but thinking, I know Airport Boulevard flyover could be many years in the future. But if that one comes, is it better to just says McCrimmon Parkway on this? So I would just offer that up as well, because it's going to be pressed into the parapet, so it's going to be there forever.
Forever, okay.
Pressure, though.
Yeah, so it was advised not to do the logo just because they do change.
Can they just put town of Morrisville on Airport Boulevard?
Yeah,
We're still in town of Morrisville.
Don't blink. It's not carried yet.
You can as well, if you'd like to. You can also think of it as sort of an orientation for people when you're driving. And sometimes it's interesting when you're driving over a bridge and you know what creek you're driving over, or what river. But this could help with as well to sort of wayfinding. I'm calling it wayfinding, but you pass McCrimmon or different things. So I would just put that into consideration as well.
Good point.
So to that extent, I think that coming in a southern direction from Durham, town of Morrisville on that side would be good as a gateway entry. But I'm not sure how to deal with airport having two sides doing there. But having McCrimmon on the north facing, going north might be something. Is the tinting color only limited to that yellow-ish?
You can pick whatever. I mean, I believe that you could pick whatever color you would like. A lot of times, and I actually didn't put it in the slide deck. Last time I showed an example because it was more in this tan, lighter brown sort of tone. That one thing to keep in mind is this will have that weathered steel girder, so you're going to end up with that darker. I think I have sort of this darker, like a darker
Brownish.
brown color in there, which is why sort of the recommendation is more of a tan kind of color. But there are different tones and different things you could do as well.
Because where I was going with that is the possibility of having one of these flyovers be kind of logo blue or logo green, and the other could be the opposite. And or have some lighting like over at 147 or Durham Expressway has that blue bridge. So it'd be neat to have blue accent lighting over one bridge and green accent lighting over the other.
Yeah, I'd probably, I mean, if you were going to go thinking of the color theme route, I'd probably recommend something more with the lighting than to do the tinting in a color, just because, I mean, colors do fade over time as well too. And so if you do have more of a brown tone, for example, even if it fades over time, it's still probably going to look pretty good with that. And then you may be able to do some color matching better. But the lighting may fall into then more of, let's call it the art sort of category and the special approval in which it wouldn't go through a specific betterment process. So just to kind of keep that in mind as well.
I guess I'd prefer go with the basic tinting because I like the idea of having a mural option in the future. Although graffiti is bad, but I think that could be overcome. And then looking into the accent lighting and have town of Morrisville, when you're coming south into town, stamped on the one side, and I'm not sure if anything on the other. Would be my thoughts on that. Did anyone else? I think everyone had a chance to weigh in.
I think she needs.
Well, I mean, unless I am looking for a decision. Otherwise, I will be coming back to you to find that decision. Mostly.
Thank you. The answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll recognize Councilmember Garamilla, and then you, and then this.
So Danielle, I was just thinking, like, today we did the ribbon cutting for Marshall Carpenter. I really like the wall, which has town of Morrisville, which is solar. I asked Martha, and it says it does glow in the night, like with solar. Is that something that we can put there? Because it can be easily,
Pops.
Yeah, it can be easily fixed, and then it can be removed if you ever in 20 years change a logo of something. That way it's illuminated and it's catchy and with our colors on it instead of just embossing town of Morrisville into that.
And I can certainly ask, and something too, if that's the preference of the town council, we could always leave that as, an option one, and if it doesn't work or something that NCDOT won't allow, for whatever reason, that there's an option two. But I don't know that that's a definite yes, but I could certainly ask it.
Martha, is it very expensive? I don't know.
It's very expensive.
Okay, that's what.
And there
Everything
still
we're talking
needs to
about.
be some infrastructure that's built into that wall.
Oh, then I forget about it.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, did you have something to weigh in?
So I would really like to see tinted faux stone or faux geometric patterns on this structure because it is an entryway to the town.
have the stamped whatever, they could just do the tinting, so it would visually be the same color, but you don't need as much fanciness. Because this McCrimmon is the first time you see something along this before, or the last thing. So I'll just put it out there. I don't like the mural option, and I don't like the graffiti option, which is not an option, but you know what I'm saying.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
So my only question, Danielle, is if you go with the faux stone, can you put a mural over that?
Not, I mean, unless you're doing some type of like other type of panel or something that's going on that, but you're not going to be painting directly.
I mean, I
onto it.
wouldn't, why would you spend all the money to do faux stone and then paint over it?
Yeah.
But I just wanted to know the answer to that.
So, and then I would recommend, I know there was a, thought process, we leave some space and then do the rest, potentially as, MSC wall, decorative MSC wall. I would recommend either doing all of it or none of it and not leaving sort of gaps, because visually it will not look very good, in the interim. So either all texture or no texture.
I agree. Do you have a recommendation? Let me ask you. Or not, that's fine. You can say no.
Recommendation is sort of a dual recommendation. The recommendation is essentially the geometric pattern with McCrimmon Parkway off to the side that's shown in this rendering. I will say, though, the caveat to that is in getting some feedback from Public Works and understanding, different types of things that they would end up being responsible for, to quickly, address issues. This may have more challenges if there are some graffiti removal as well, and that was one thing that came up, mostly because it's not an easy, smooth surface to just paint over. But maybe there's enough texture here that it would in itself deter that. So that is sort of the slight caveat to the recommendation that staff would have. And we realize that this is not, the cheapest option that's out there, but it is, it's creating some character to the town.
And the geometric pattern may be this or something else.
Likely we would do this because I've shown it to you. If there's any type, and I mean, NCDOT is looking for, direction very, very soon as their bid packages go together in likely April. So we would be proposing this particular hexagon pattern as a geometric pattern.
I understand that, but no one really was drawn to it, so I'm trying to.
And I mean, that is, and that's okay if that is a different option.
I'm drawn to it.
Now everyone's drawn to it?
I'm not. The honeycomb.
Is it cheaper or more expensive than the one that just
Yeah, the cost really shouldn't be any different because they're just molds that they create, and so whatever design is in there. The thing that adds to the cost is if you do that faux stone and you want sort of this more intricate painting pattern or something in there, but if you're just doing it all one color, different things, those are, it's pretty much the same
So
cost.
the faux stone and the geometric pattern are equivalent in price.
Yes. And I'm saying that generally, maybe someone decides there's a few cents difference, but they create the mold and do that, so.
I'm not sure who was keeping score, but I heard maybe two people saying just basic color tint, and then I heard a lot of faux stone. So do you want to just go ahead and do a sort of a thumbs up, thumbs down on faux stone, and if we get to 4 or 5?
Faux stone and
Well, that's
the faux
that's
stone
part
is,
of it, right?
Yeah.
That goes like that. So go ahead and give a thumbs up if you're
Wait, can
okay.
you just
Yeah, sure.
flash up what we're talking
Yeah,
about on
do
the
the
screen? Okay, there we
options.
go. Faux stone, okay. I'm good with
At this point, it's just that faux stone that you're seeing right there, or the geometrics. So that was 5. You got your 5. So you got your faux stone.
But we want the McCrimmon to the side.
McCrimmon to the side. Would you guys be willing to do Town of Morrisville on the southern direction as like a gateway thing?
I don't know.
Can you even do that?
We can always ask. It might be nice to have it the same on both sides, but if that is a desire to do that, that could be, like, goes my first option, and then NCDOT says, no, we won't allow that, and then we have second option. So we can always do something like that as well if that's the desire to have that flexibility.
I'd be okay with asking that.
Okay.
I don't really like it, if I'm honest. I think it should be the same on both sides.
You guys want to weigh in on that?
The bridge, I don't care what it is.
I just like this.
No, do you want,
option 3 and
do you
10.
want McCrimmon Parkway on both sides? The wording, we're talking about the
Or
wording.
town of Morrisville on the Gateway side and McCrimmon on the other?
Yeah, that would be good. Town of Morrisville on one side and Macrimmon on
Yeah.
the other. That would.
Okay, so this four are okay with McCrimmon, asking about McCrimmon on one side and town of Morrisville on the entry side, please.
All right, and if that one, for some reason, there's something that doesn't work out, we do McCrimmon on both sides.
That's right.
Offset.
Offset.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Okay.
And looking into the lighting might be nice too, but that sounds like a later.
Yeah, I can at least get some feedback on that in particular and what direction that would go.
It's
a disco ball too,
okay.
The only thing I did want to confirm with the color tinting is, are you okay with sort of in that like a tan kind of pattern or color scheme?
As compared to what?
Don't give us options.
Yeah, this is fine.
Most of that I've seen are really just sort of that tan kind of color. I just, someone, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It's 11:33.
I think we're good on tan.
Thank you for your patience, Danielle. Thank you.
No, I'm happy to do this and to get some. So I have Poststone tint, and then the press letters, Town of Morrisville coming southbound, McCrimmon going northbound. Both of them offset. Maybe center coming southbound and offset.
Whatever.
On the other one. Okay.
Whatever you can get from them.
It looks like I have all the I'm just making sure. It looks like I have all the feedback that I need for these particular options.
Thank you, well done.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Those last 5 minutes were very productive.
Sorry, Madam Secretary.
I want to see the minutes, like it, I think.
Okay.
Over the day.
Are we done with workshop?
That was work session. If we want to circle back, we'll fly through upcoming future meetings,
No,
events, and then we'll do
skip those.
council comments, and then we'll go to closed
Any
session.
way that we
Get current events.
I agree.
I agree.
Which?
Current events.
Yep. Okay. So Western Wake Farmers Market every Saturday from 9:30 till noon. Our spring white goods collection is taking place on March 9th. Please register in advance. We will be recycling household items at Green Day event on March 18th. Please save the date. Check more online for that. We will also be having a Holy event March 18th at the Cedar Fork Community Center. Please join us from noon till 3 p.m. We will also be celebrating Clean Creek Week, March 18th to 25th. Look for more information on all of these things on townofmorrisville.org. We'll now do council and manager comments. I want to once again thank our staff for the great job. Morrisville Carpenter Road, we did a ribbon cutting today. As you see, a number of us have the little cones. It was really good. Also want to say thank you to Ami Dave and the leadership of the Hindu Society of North Carolina for hosting a Black History Month event this past Saturday. It's important to remember that respect and dignity for all are values that we embrace here in Morrisville, and the choices we make each and every day will lead to a better tomorrow. Now I'd like to recognize Councilmember Rabati, followed by Councilmember Fender.
Oh, no.
Council comments. Okay, Councilmember Fender, Councilmember Rao, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Just one comment. On the 16th of March, I'm going to invite everyone. I've got the Alan Thomas from the SBA coming, and Deborah Ross is going to be there, Valerie Fouché in Congress, and a couple of other Secretary of State marshals. So it's going to be a great small business event. So I'm going to send an email out to everybody, and there'll be another big announcement coming in April. So that's all I got.
Wonderful, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, followed by Councilmember Garamella.
I'm just going to say one, only because it's timely. I want to congratulate Town Manager Page on the completion of her coursework to become a certified diversity executive. So congratulations, Martha.
Know that.
Good.
Martha. Good job.
Councilmember Garamella, followed by Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
I got 10. No comments.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, please.
No comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Direct to Town Manager Page for staff comments.
Thank you. I've got 4. I sent council a memo about the need to change our April 25th and 27th meetings we have typically done that so that council members that want to can attend the league event. It starts on the 25th in Concord. We've looked at lots of options. Our only real option to put forth to you to still be able to deliver budget deliverables is Monday, April 24th. We would propose that date for the town council meeting and a cancellation of the work session, and we would work to manage the content and put the work session content into the regular meeting. So that is the request. If there's consensus to that, we would bring a consent item to change your calendar at your next meeting. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson's asked council to consider a later start date or start time than 6 o'clock.
Can we give Town Manager Page a thumbs up on moving it to the 24th and starting at 6:30 to meet the various needs? Okay. I think you have that and the 6:30.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
The next one is about early voting elections. They wanted an answer yesterday, so it is an answer we need from you tonight, whether we should support looking for early voting locations in Morrisville. There's only one potential location in Morrisville, which is Wake Tech. We got some data about our early voting history in municipal election years only, so when there's not other offices. We've served 200 to 300 or less people, which is 7 or lower % of our voters, and absentee balloting continues to affect that dynamic. We were able to confirm today that Apex will have an early voting site. Not sure of the location yet, but they have indicated that they will have that. For us to consider early voting, the additional cost would be between $70,000 and $120,000. Staff does not recommend going forward with early voting, but want to hear your opinion on that.
Anyone want to share the Councilmember Scroggins Johnson?
So that is a significant expense. I don't support this cycle. However, I would think that when we have the cycle with the mayor race, that would be more justifiable, in my opinion, because there's usually more voters than
Councilmember Garamella?
I think it's too much. I would support the presidential election because that's my data, it's almost 80% vote in Morrisville. So there are long lines and it has value add to justify the voters that are doing the elections, which are, the data shows like 7% hardly, it doesn't make any sense. But early voting for presidential election, I think at one time we had at Southern Baptist Church.
And the rules have
First
changed.
Baptist. Yeah, exactly. But those are long lines too, that's what I meant to say. Kerry has long lines, and that would be my recommendation.
For this one, I'd allow us to not have it this year. I'd be okay with that.
We're only asking you about this year at this point in time.
Yeah, this year.
I agree with your recommendation, Martha.
Okay.
All right. The other two are related. A reminder that you have a work session on Thursday, 6 o'clock. You have received your roundtable information by email this evening. Your agenda package with the CIP prioritization will be delivered to you electronically by tomorrow evening. The information Michael will be able to walk through with you. This takes you from your retreat all the way through the prioritization exercises you just completed.
How many hours are we looking at?
We don't ever schedule work sessions for more than 3 hours. We've dedicated 150 of the 180 minutes to the CIP prioritization, and 30 minutes to the roundtable. If you finish with your prioritization, you could choose to extend your roundtable, not extend your roundtable, and leave early. That will be your choice to make. There were only 2 roundtable items submitted.
So when we get it on Wednesday, if we have a chance to look at it in advance, it'll be a pretty hefty packet, or during the day on Thursday. I know those of you that work, it'll be really challenging. But the more advanced work we can do to refresh on those items, the better off we'll be on Thursday to make some good decisions. So thank you all for that and for submitting everything. Anything else, Town Manager Page? Any other staff? Nope. Okay. Nothing else for the good of the order? Okay. At this time, we are planning to have one closed session this evening to discuss a matter of attorney-client privilege. We don't have any expectation for any public business after that. So thank you for watching this meeting of the Morrisville Town Council. We hope you plan to join us again. Please feel free to email your town council members at towncouncil@townofmorrisville.org or visit www.townofmorrisville.org/council for additional contact information. Is there a motion to enter closed session?
Mayor and council, I'll move that pursuant to 143.318.11A3, we go into closed session for attorney-client privilege.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously. It's 11:43. We're now in closed session. Do we need a break, or can we